You ain't seen nothing like this yet. Yeah. Grab your friends, let's make some noise. Feel the rush, let's jump for joy. Dance around and lose control. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Yeah. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Indiana. Good morning, Jen. How are you this morning? How is everybody this morning? I pray that everybody is safe in Florida. It hit with a Category 4 this morning. I was listening to the news reports out of Florida this morning. It was devastating. I know some lives were lost. I pray for everybody that was lost. Good morning, Shirley. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know some lives were lost down in Florida. Prayers for everybody that was lost down in Florida. Prayers for everybody that lost homes. It was a devastating storm that hit Florida. It was just devastating down there in Florida. That hit, and it is working its way up the coast. I was watching my weather, and it looks devastating, just devastating. It went up as high as roofs. According to what I've heard, there is allegedly 4 deaths. The path is unbelievable, devastating, and it is moving rapidly up into Nashville area, Louisville area, Charleston, Columbus, Indianapolis. It is a devastating. Hey, money. It is moving rapidly. New York is experiencing some news as well this morning, Money. I see Mayor Adams surrendered himself this morning. He is in federal custody as we speak. Um, he is being processed at the federal courthouse. He is going to be arraigned with Manhattan Federal Courthouse between Manhattan Federal Judge at around noon today. That's interesting news. Still no news out of New York governor because Adams has stated he will not resign. But the governor of New York has the power to remove him from office. So if he does not resign, the governor does have the power to remove him from office. If that should happen, they have to have an election within 80 days. So that can happen. But that is interesting. So I do have pictures. I did get pictures of him surrendering himself at the courthouse this morning. Of him surrendering himself at the courthouse this morning. So he did peacefully surrender himself this morning at the courthouse. At the courthouse this morning. As you can see, federal agents are all over the courthouse, and it is swamped with news reporters all over the place. He did surrender himself. Of course, this is not a state case, it is a federal case. He is up on 5 counts. Conspiracy of wire fraud, federal program bribery, campaign contribution by foreign nations, wire fraud, and solicitation by foreign nationals, bribery. Now, if he is convicted, he's facing 45 years in jail. Some of the totals I have heard floating around, it is $489 million allegedly. That's $500,000, almost $500,000. That is a lot of money. His attorneys tried to stall this until the first of the week. They did not want this arraignment and him to turn himself in until next week. So it's interesting how he tried to get it put off. Why, I don't know. But I do know from what I have done research into, his campaign finance went into the bathroom and tried to erase some of the emails and some of the text messages. Hey, Mitch, some of the text messages that they were texting. So she tried to get rid of some of the evidence, and that was all recovered. You can't fool some of the investigators and some of the legit investigators. You can't fool them. But as you can see here, there's some of his people, but you can also see the federal marshals around him. Here is him going into the federal courthouse where he is being booked at this time. So he is now in federal custody. He's being booked. So you can't get away with everything that you think you can. But as I always believe, there is so much corruption in our government that it is not funny. So he is not the only one that is corrupt in our system. So it is not just him that is corrupt. It is lots of Democrats and lots of Republicans that are corrupt in our system. So if you think it's just him, you're wrong. There is many, many corrupt in our system. So he's not the only one, and he thinks it's just because he asked for money about our illegals. No, you're wrong. He is not being targeted because of that. He did wrong. He did wrong. And do I believe he's guilty? Yes, with all the evidence I have seen. Yeah, he did wrong. He did wrong. He did wrong. He screwed the government. He screwed the people of New York City, New York State, and he has screwed many, many other people. Many, many other people. Many, many people. Many people. And if people don't realize it, New York City is funded by New York State taxes, and he also took federal money. So he took money from everybody in the United States. So think about it. Think about it. He screwed everybody in the United States. So everybody should be pissed off. It's not just New York State, New York City, New York State, but he screwed every single person in the United States because he screwed federal people. So get on board, people. Think about it. He screwed y'all. He screwed every single person. So it's not a Republican problem. It's not a Democrat problem. We got a problem in our government, and we better start thinking about it. So, DeSanta held a news conference this morning on Helene. And it was about an hour ago.
We will start triaging. We're the Activate Hope side of Hope, Florida. So we are right now trying to get everybody to go to the portal, put in what your issues are. We will start triaging that. We will get people to you. We will be announcing later today the crisis cleanup line being open for cleanup issues. But again, we have people that will help you do that. There's no reason to put yourself in any type of danger. If you're out in the yard, don't cut lines. You're not a resident expert on what is a power line, a cable line, or a fiber optic line. The reason I ask you not to cut those lines is some of our 911 centers across the state run on fiber or cable. If you cut a fiber optic line, you may be cutting communication to a 911 center, even at the residential level. So please, please do not cut lines. We beg you to do that. Beg you not to do that. Make sure you, when you start taking debris to the roadway, again, I know this is going to sound bureaucratic, but it would really help folks like Jared, the DEP, but separate it. If you can separate the vegetation from the white goods, the appliances and the furniture and stuff like that that's coming out of your house, and also separate the household chemicals that may have spilt, like your bleaches and fertilizers and things like that. If you can separate those into 3 distinct piles, it would certainly help the cleanup process as we get in there and start taking care of those issues. Please make sure that your debris does not block any roadways. Please do not do that. If your power lines are down, again, we've already told you do not go and put stuff at the power lines. Hold off on cleaning the debris until the power lines can get to the power line companies can get to the power lines. They need to have access to that right away. So just hold off on it just a second. Let the power crews get in there and do what they need to do. Then bring that stuff to the right of way, but do not block the road. Even though the storm has passed, the roads are still dangerous due to flooding, debris, and potential down power lines. Please just do not risk going anywhere that you cannot see what's going on the roadway. I'm going to let Jared talk much more about road and roadway infrastructure. Again, as the governor has already said, Florida is open 24 hours a day. We're going to be announcing crisis cleanup a little bit later today for assistance after the storm. You can also call our state assistance information line. What is the difference there? Hope Florida Crisis Cleanup, I need help. Cell line, the state of assistance information line, I just need information. I need to know which way to go, do this or that. That cell information line, just to get information, 1-800-342-3557. Of course, you can go to the Florida Division of Emergency Management's website at floridadisaster.org, and specifically for the updates, add a /updates so that you get the latest and greatest information. Also, we post all of this information to include our updates on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and then on Facebook at FDEM, that's at FDEM. Governor and John, Jared, and the entire, and as I close here, thank you, sir, for everything you did into the wee hours of the morning. But the state emergency response team is all of the state agencies that come together. It's nonprofits. It's everybody that you see sitting on that floor behind me, and then extensions to tens of thousands of people out in the field. And last night at 11:30 midnight, they went into action, and as the governor said, saved thousands of lives. And, you know, it's an honor to lead this team through this type of stuff. And I just cannot say thank you enough to the state emergency response team, our partner agencies, our partner nonprofits. They are truly the tip of the spear. So again, thank you to all.
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Yep. Thank you, Kevin. As you heard from the governor and Kevin, we've had thousands of people working through the night. We've already begun our damage assessments, and we're pushing into the impacted areas in those rural communities to do cut and toss. We started at 3 a.m. clearing the interstate, I-10, I-75. Those crews worked all the way through the night. And as you heard the governor mention, we're happy to say that I-10 and I-75 are both open. Tampa Bay did experience significant storm surge. You heard the governor talk about the causeways and the Skyway Bridge. We have crews, FDOT crews and contractors out there working right now to inspect. Some of the causeways were underwater, so we have to inspect those, make sure they're safe to pass, affect any repairs to damage that might be out there, and also clear the roads of debris. So we currently are out there working. We're going to get those open as soon as possible. In Southwest Florida, we also had a lot of storm surge. All up and down the West Coast, we had a lot of roads underwater. When roads go underwater, it can be very dangerous. If you are out driving around, those roads are still underwater. Please do not drive through water. It can be very dangerous. You don't know what's going on underneath the water. 470 crew members are deployed to perform cut and toss. We've already cleared over 2,000 miles of roadway. And as I mentioned, we're pushing into those impacted areas of Taylor, Levy, Dixie counties, and all through that storm impact zone. And we're going to be removing vegetative debris. There is a lot of vegetative debris. There's a lot of debris in the roads. Trees can be wrapped in power lines. Please do not get out there and start trying to do things on your own if trees are wrapped in power lines. We send our crews out with utility companies to make sure those lines are de-energized so that we can safely remove that debris from the roadway. Our bridge inspectors are out working right now. This is one of our main missions right after the storm passes through, is to inspect all of our bridges, do damage assessments, start any repairs that are needed, and clear those bridges so that people can start to move around again. What's most important is supporting that search and rescue life safety mission, which is why we're allowing emergency vehicles to drive over Skyway right now. But there is debris even along those causeways. And so we still have a lot of work to do. We're assessing traffic signals right now. We have generators, and we are actively deploying those for traffic signals that are out. If you come up to an intersection and a traffic signal's out, please treat that like a four-way stop. Be very mindful that there could be traffic coming from every direction. For traffic info and road closures, please use fl511.com. We've heard a lot of reports. We've seen the navigation apps have not had up-to-date information. fl511.com is our website. We are actively updating that minute by minute with our regional traffic management centers. We have 10 across the state. They work around the clock, and we have technology deployed. We're continuously collecting data. fl511.com is your place for accurate traffic information. You heard the governor talk about the airports. All of our airports do plan to open back up to air operations today. There was a lot of storm surge with our seaports, specifically in Tampa Bay. They plan to get Seaport back open as quickly as possible. They have to inspect the channel, but their fuel operation will be back up and running within the next few hours, and they have been moving fuel all through the night. So they've had a very successful operation there. Again, Governor, thank you for your leadership. I'm very honored to be part of this emergency response team. We've been working all through the night, and we have a lot more work to do, and we're ready to get it done. Thank you.
And I think people that have followed, the storms in recent years are not unfamiliar with the track that this one took, because it's similar to what was done with Idalia in 2023, and it was similar to Debbie earlier this year. The early reports and so you have a lot of those Big Bend counties. This is the third storm that they've dealt with in 13 or 14 months, and that's not easy to deal with. And then the early reports we've received is that the damage in those counties that were really in the eye of the storm has exceeded the damage of Idalia and Debbie combined. So we have, as I mentioned, a lot of folks that are on the ground there, in the water there, working on search and rescue. That will continue. That's going to continue across the state today to make sure that people are safe and that we're protecting life and limb to the extent that that's something that's still threatened. Look, we've reported 2 fatalities. I pray that that's it, but I also know this was very these were hazardous conditions. And so they're going to be doing this. They're going to be on the ground, particularly in those Big Bend areas that got the direct impact. And I know that they're going to work hard, but this is some serious damage there. And it's one thing to have to deal with really major damage, but then when you've already been rebuilding from one and then this, that takes a toll, I think, emotionally and mentally as well. So keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers. We're going to have a lot of assistance that's going to go down their way. But the reality is that this is something that was very damaging. Now we're really, 12 hours away from, not even that, from when this made landfall. There have been people that have been working really this whole time on these operations. Those operations are going to continue, as Kevin said. We'll be doing more things for stabilization, but we will definitely be focused on making sure everyone's safe, making sure that the roads and the bridges are open, people can get around, and then make sure the power is restored and other services are restored. And we expect to see a lot of progress on that very soon. Okay. Yep.
Governor, I know you mentioned the 2 fatalities, and you hope that that number doesn't grow, as we all do. But does it give you any hope that, at least in these initial moments, it is only 2 at the moment?
I mentioned all the rescue operations that were done. Somebody had called in, mostly probably 911, and folks go, whether it was local, state, or combination. And the folks that called were found and were safe and were brought to safety. That is different than, say, Hurricane Ian, where you had some folks that a lot of people that stayed behind, didn't evacuate. And then you had monster surge, and it was this type of thing where they just couldn't survive it. And so you had, unfortunately, a lot of those missions were going, and the people had passed away. So we didn't have that so far. Not saying it can't happen. Not saying when you get into Keaton Beach and some of these areas that you won't see that. It's possible. But I was just glad to hear that these rescue missions have been successful. And these were not easy missions all the time because you're trudging through some hazardous stuff. We had boats out with Fish and Wildlife. We had helicopters out with Florida National Guard. The local first responders were marshaling all their assets to be able to go. So they made a really big difference. And we're pleased that those were successful efforts. But they're ongoing. And there's going to be, as I mentioned, if there was a certain part of the state where there were calls in and they went and they found the folks, brought them to safety, great. But there may be other homes there or other structures that they didn't necessarily get a call from. Well, they're going to go and check those today, and they're going to go to see. And it may be that they find something, hopefully not, but that's where they are. But they were successful in these very quick response. And we always say, if you stay behind, just understand you may not get immediate response if it's very dangerous, because a sheriff or National Guard leader, they're not going to want to send people in if that's going to cause casualties or run the risk of that. But I think what you saw is I think a lot of people did go out in hazardous conditions. I think that they put themselves at risk in order to make sure other people were safe. And that's very admirable.
You mentioned that the early damage was worse than the previous two storms combined. I've seen pictures of buildings that survived Dahlia and Debbie and are now 2x4s in a parking lot. What's your initial reaction and response, and kind of your message to these people that survive these storms and now go back to nothing?
Well, what I said, just a minute ago about when you get hit by a big storm like Idalia, it's tough. And then to have Debbie come, it's like, well, we're trying to get back on our feet. And when you have a major hurricane, it's not something that just is done in 6 weeks. I mean, there's things you do immediately, of course, but there's a longer term rebuild that happens. And so to have something that was even bigger than those two storms cause a lot of damage, I think it is a sense of trauma for the community. I think there's a demoralization, because it's like, okay, we worked all this, and then now we could potentially be worse off than we were even before Idalia. So we're mindful of that. And as I said, we're gonna have support there. It's not going to be easy, but we'll get through it. Really unfortunate the way the track went, from the sense of these communities that have been impacted. Now, the track as it was a little bit, maybe 36 hours ago, had it a little bit west of Tallahassee. That would have been more damage in the capital. I mean, here in the EOC, we had very little, relatively speaking, compared to what I think people were thinking about 24 hours ago. So that's just the way these things go. And this thing went in a direction where it went through a path that had already been trodden with hurricanes. It caused damage in the past, and now this is causing even more damage. So it's tough.
Is the state doing anything differently now to prepare for storms, since this area has been hit 3 times in a row?
Well, I think every time, so our preparations are always, I think that they've improved every time. I think we've had great prep. I think people have acknowledged that, but everything we've done is like, okay, we had a storm. What can you do going forward? I mean, for example, these flood protection devices, you had those in places, like Live Oak, that the downtown always floods, right? So they're like, yeah, the exact same thing happened, 40 years ago, same thing. So they put these devices around the buildings, and the reports are that it was effective. So you learn from some of these things. So yes, there was assets that were available. What about the Taylor? I think they use some of the stuff as well. So yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that. You want to add to that?
To the question about do we get better? We strive to learn something from every single disaster that we have, and get better at it. I want to applaud the governor. When I came on as the deputy director for him, and then on to be the director, he was like, Kevin, we've got to make sure that we're increasing our capability and our capacity. We need to make smart decisions. We made it in purchasing equipment versus renting and leasing equipment. If it's more cost effective to buy it, we buy it. And through this governor, there have been gains at the Florida National Guard, Florida Department of Transportation, Florida Fish and Wildlife, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, just about every public safety, front-facing public safety or infrastructure agency has noticed gains from us getting better at what we do. And that's forward thinking. I mean, that to be able to have a governor that leads in that direction, that's forward thinking. So out of this, we will certainly have conversations about, okay, can we be better? Can we be faster to the mission right after the disaster, right in those 2-3 hours after it? Did we effectively respond? Yes, we effectively respond. Can we cut that down to 90 minutes? Can we cut it down to 60 minutes? We're going to be challenging ourselves. All the agency heads have already taught this morning, especially on the public safety side, of how do we get faster? How do we get better at getting those things done? And we'll continue to do that.
So we are going to, of course, continue with the rescue and recovery efforts throughout today. We're also going to be in a position to get a better assessment of the damage that has been left in the wake of this storm. I know that Kevin and his team, as well as Jared, they're working to make sure that there's access for folks to go help down in the areas that were right there, kind of the impact zone of ground zero. We're going to be out in the field surveying some of the damage ourselves in various parts of the state. So this was a large storm in terms of how big it was. Obviously, when you have 140 mile an hour winds, that's very significant. Generated a lot of surge in different parts of the state. I think that's going to subside today, but it's obviously left a lot of damage. It's necessitated a lot of rescue efforts. Those rescue efforts have been successful. We thank everybody who has been involved in that. And of course, we're going to continue working to make sure that the utilities have what they need to be able to get in and have a strong power restoration. And those efforts are very important as well. Thanks.
Well, good morning, Mellows.
Morning, Mom, babe. How you doing?
Good. Good.
Morning, everybody. Hello, everybody from wherever you are. Just woke up.
Well, we are hooked to X this morning.
Cool.
So welcome everybody from X. Well, Mr. Adams has surrendered himself. He tried to put it off, but he didn't, wasn't able to. And he has surrendered himself. Good morning, Mitch. How are you this morning? I know Mitch is tired. He was up, weathered the storm. He is perfectly fine. He got some gusting winds, but he survived the storm.
Is it over?
Well, Ariel, and welcome everybody that joined us through the broadcast of Adam surrendering himself and the broadcast of what is going on. And I have looked up, there is possible up to 6 as of since DeSanza did the report that is coming in, possible up to 6 deaths at this time. It has been downgraded to a tropical storm as of 8 a.m. this morning. It is located as of 8 a.m. near South Carolina, but it has been downgraded. What's there, 60 miles an hour? So, but it is still giving hammocks. It is located, according to the radar, over Nashville, Louisville, Kentucky. It's pretty much covering Kentucky. and headed into Indianapolis, Ohio. So it's pretty much moving at a steady pace right now.
Shit.
Storm. This is the present radar right now. So it's still a widespread storm of what is going on right now. So it just, but it is classified now as a tropical storm. Right now. But they do have plenty of warnings out for Louisville for high winds. For Louisville, damaging winds and trees. But I'm sure there's going to be more going on there. Lots more going on before this is all said and done for Louisville. Because as you can tell, the rain is, and of course we've got some bad spots here in the outer bands. Still coming in. As we can tell, we still got some bad weather going on. And like we did yesterday, we went across, and as you can see, there's still bad weather here in Finland, Poland, Germany, France. There's still bad weather going on. Elsewhere, is bad weather going on. Across, and they've got some bad weather going in Japan. And they did say something yesterday about another tornado forming. I wonder if that's what they were talking about. Another one forming. But yeah, got lots going on. You have until 2:30 before the storm leaves. Yeah, I can imagine. So, yep. Wow, that's a lot of rain, Ariel.
8 inches.
That's a lot of rain. Did you hear what they said that, well, I know we talked last night, and Adams was up to almost $500,000.
Yeah.
But I did a little research, and he's facing up to 45 years in prison in those 5 counts.
If they give him 45 years, they've got to give the others as well.
Yep. And his campaign liaison, whatever you want to call him, his campaign
Staffer.
advisor, went into the bathroom and tried to delete the encrypted text messages. She deleted them, but they were able to recover them. But she was texting the governor, the mayor, when they were at her house. When the FBI was at her house to seize her electronics. She was texting him that they were there seizing her electronics, but she took her phone into the bathroom and he was telling her to delete them. Dumb shit. She was real smart, wasn't she?
He's definitely got his fingerprints on some of those baby oils, I reckon.
So, but I played the tape this morning where he surrendered himself.
Yeah.
And he is in federal custody. He is
So
being
these are
fingerprinted.
them, didn't they left these.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Redacted did a piece how
I think
they are turning against have the Democrats turned on their own.
Well, I think it's because of they were speaking out against the migrants, making a lot of noise, and I think that's why the machine turned on them. Doesn't matter whether they were left or right. They were talking about the migrants and they were making noise, so they got to go.
Yep. Wow. This is surprising. I just clicked on something on X. Did you know Yelinsky went to Trump Towers last night? Wow.
He's come over to beg him for some money. Zelensky's got a new solution to the war in Ukraine, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got a new plan. His plan, it's a little bit like the old plan, but it just basically means that he borrows even more money from us and he convinces us to go to war for him. That's his new plan. So we not only got to give him money, we got to go over there and give him troops as well, so we can fight for him. So he's incapable.
Well, you know, we're sending 18 jets.
Yeah, 18. What the fuck is 18 jets gonna do? You know how many fucking jets?
Pilots too. We're sending 18 pilots with those jets.
Pilots, say goodbye to those pilots. How is 18 pilots going to go up against the Russian might?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty stupid.
You think they got more? You reckon they got 18 pilots? I reckon they got a few more than 18 pilots.
Yeah, they've got what, 5 jets for our 18 pilots per 18? Yeah, okay. I hope those families of those 18 pilots are ready to sue our government for sending them on nothing but assassination attempt. That's freaking ridiculous.
I'm not sure they can legally.
That's freaking ridiculous. That's nothing but a suicide mission.
It is.
Our government just sent them on suicide mission.
You just sent 18 pilots to their death. I mean,
Ooh.
how much does it cost to train one of these pilots? And they're probably going to be the best pilots we got, right? So let's just send the best fucking pilots we got to their deaths. Because that's a fucking good idea, right? I mean, each one of those pilots must have cost fucking tens of millions to train, right? Yeah. Let's just send 18 of them. And why 18? Why not just send fucking all of them in?
Oh, they just raided New York City Sheriff Anthony Miranda's office.
Oh, another P. Diddy fucking lister.
New York City Sheriff Anthony Miranda's office was raided.
Another P. Diddy.
Wow.
Was he
The
at the
New York
Diddler
Sheriff
parties?
The New York City Sheriff is part of the Department of Finance, which is part of the part of the executive branch of the mayor's team. Boy, it keeps getting big.
Watched some video with Chris Hart. What's his name? Chris Hart the other day. Isn't he all over fucking?
Oh, Costco. Costco. It's good.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're the ones to blame,
Costco
right? Because they should have sent him 100 bottles, but instead they sent him 1,000 bottles.
Costco came out with their own little PR. They are not responsible for any of that baby oil.
Yeah, well, how can they be
Costco
responsible for it?
retaliated.
I at least sold it to them, mate. Yeah, I didn't fucking use it.
Costco
Just sell them some baby
retaliated.
oil. I mean, what the fuck has my name got to do with this shit?
Costco said, "Excuse us, but we didn't sell him that baby oil. Sorry. Go somewhere else, knock on their door, but not us."
What's it got to do with them anyway? So what? You sold them baby oil. You know what I mean? That's not
Their
illegal.
lawyer involved them. Diddy's lawyer said that they sold them the baby oil.
And for what? What's that got to do with
No
anything?
idea why he's trying to bring down Costco, but Costco had nothing to do with it.
Well, even if they did sell in the fucking baby oil and they gave him a discount, what's that? What's the party's got to do? They didn't tell him to go and shove it up someone's ass, did they?
So, but Costco says, "Yeah, you are not going to bring us down."
They're no longer welcome in Costco. Give me my key back. Can't have a key to my Costco. You know what I mean? You never have invited me to your crazy fucking parties anyway. Your D-Piddler parties.
Costco said, "Goodbye. You ain't welcome here no more."
Did you hear about Justin Bieber? He what's the name? Yeah.
Oh
Made a
no.
statement, didn't
Harry Potter and Downtown Abbey star Maggie Smith has died at 89.
he? Maggie Smith, no, she was one of the teachers, wasn't she?
Yup. Yep, she was.
She, I can't remember which one she was, but she the one who was. Bring this guy up, Maggie Smith. Yeah, that's her. Dame Margaret Natalie Smith. She's a dame as well. Fuck, you know.
Oh, guess who's missing? God, the plot thickens for the Democrats.
There you go,
Oh,
guys.
God.
There's a Hollywood star that hasn't been implicated in D. Piddy's parties. It's just died.
Guess who's missing? The U.S. Marshals are on another manhunt. Oh, my God. A manhunt is underway by the U.S. Marshal for Fannie Way's lover, Nathan Wade. Loverboy is at large. Fits the headlines. Oh my God. So you've banned the baby oil in your house, Ariel?
Yeah, new brand of baby oil coming soon. D. Piddy. Stay tuned. D. Piddy baby oil.
God.
Get your freak offs. Actually, I've got a new idea for a new show. Calling it Freak Offs.
And I'm not part of it. I'm not part of it. I will ban it. I will ban it in my house.
You know what?
Ban it in
We're
my
gonna do a new
house.
show called the Freak Offs, starring D. Piddy.
It is banned in my house.
D. Piddler, yeah.
It is banned in my house. Don't
Get the
mod
D-
me. Don't
D-
put me as
Piddlers.
administrator because I will shut it down. I want no part of it. I will shut it down.
So clearly, D. Piddy was behind the shooting, the Biggie Smalls, and the.
I have a feeling, yes.
Yeah, he had to be, man. You're right at the heart of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
Tupac, for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I have a
Yeah.
feeling that if it really came to light and people,
Because he
that-
was nothing before Biggie Smalls died, right?
right.
He literally was nothing. No one even heard of him. He was just a little kid. Like it was nothing. He was like a little gopher who run around for Biggie Smalls.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And then Biggie Smalls dies. All of a sudden, he's got everything. Yeah, man. He's number one on my list, man. Guaranteed. Follow the money, people. Motherfuckers guilty as fuck.
Yep. Yep.
Guaranteed.
Yep. He's been gay. Okay.
I bet you any money, right? Bucking's the stock value in the stock market. As soon as they mentioned the baby oil, it dropped at Costco or something. It dropped, and they're like, "Fuck, we're dropping, man. What's going on? We got nothing to do with the diddler parties, bro." Fucking get my name out of your lips, bro. Fuck's sakes, man. You get me involved with your diddler parties. I make baby oil. I didn't tell you to use it up your ass. You know what I mean?
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this video for you. Chris Hart. You ever see his video? It's the diddler. Yeah, D. Piddler. Get your free curse. Get your free curse. guarantee he's going to be singing like a canary in there. He's going to grass up everybody. You mean everybody? I mean everybody. He fucked everyone. There you go. Let's get this up.
Paris is crazy. Outside the scenes got too hectic down there. I'm up here in a hot tub.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
So we coming to you live. Diddy late nights. Anything can happen. I'm just vibing. It's so wide.
Your parties are the hottest ticket around.
They won't even give me a permit for the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. But we ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep on having fun, bringing people together from all walks of life. You're gonna hear about my party. They're gonna be shutting them down. They're gonna probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we want to have a good time. You know, whenever you bring up a different element into people's environment, things that broaden people's horizon, people get intimidated. There's a lot of people out there that feel intimidated by it.
One thing he said about Diddy was that Diddy wants to party, but you gotta tell him no.
Oh yeah, well you do gotta tell him no. You gotta tell him no. You gotta tell him no. You gotta tell Diddy no. Everybody knows you gotta tell him no, because if you don't tell him no, he's gonna put you in a situation where you will have to say yes or no again. So just say no. Just say no. just say no.
What time do you stay up till?
I stay up till like maybe 6 in the morning. I'm back up at like 10:30, 11.
6 in the morning. What do you do every night till 6 in the morning? You don't go to clubs every night.
No, I mean, I make love a lot, and you know,
That's
Ellen,
my favorite answer ever.
I told you when I came on the show, I was going to be completely honest and expose myself to the world.
It truly is about the Benjamin, as we see.
Oh yes, he's glittering.
It truly is about the Benjamin.
Yeah. Well, now when we come back, we're gonna talk more with Puffy, and if you want to hang out, more than welcome to stick around, my brother. All right, we'll be right back with more right after this.
Joke I have? Ready? This is good. See if you like it. A lot of multiple Grammy nominees this year. Lauryn Hill's got 4, TLC's got 8, and Sean Combs 5 to 10. Get it? Like he's going to jail? Right. All right. And I was going to say this. I was going to go, look. I was going to go. I don't need to be mean because, I mean, he's a nice guy and he can really sing. Oops. Oh.
Brand new Diddy news just came out. His PR guru of over 20 years quit. Her cell phone is no longer active, her email is no longer active, and she's the one who has worked with him for decades and was pivotal in changing his bad boy rapper image into this like entrepreneur, white party type of guy. And that's not all we're learning. There's also a new allegation that has come out. And this one is coming from a former reporter. She talks about how when she was 23 years old, she interviewed him, and then the after party was questionable. Definitely not safe for TikTok. We also now know that despite his defense team offering $50 million and saying he will have no cell phone access, his property will essentially become Fort Knox. The judge is saying no, absolutely no bail. He will be held here until trial. Which isn't that surprising given his history with witness intimidation and physical attacks. But here's something I learned about his defense attorney. Guess who else he represented? Keith Raniere. You know, from Nexium? While everybody has been drawing parallels between Diddy and Jeff Epp, they haven't been talking about that connection. Or the fact that apparently he's in the shoe inside that Brooklyn detention center. There's a lot that just got released today, so I'm breaking down all of it, including the new allegations over on the podcast. You can find it all here on all podcast platforms. And here's the exact episode.
Yeah, tell us stop bringing all the minors over here late at night. I live right next to him. He do too much. He be like buses, like big ass buses. You can see all type of shit hop out. Especially at nighttime, like around 3 o'clock in the morning, it gets wild. I'm his neighbor. When my basketball go over there, I just let it be because I don't want to knock on the door.
sit on the bed at night, no homo, no, just don't get close to the bed, don't get close, but it's just like, yo, we want to thank you for hosting the thing, man, it's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it, you did it.
No, I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to. First and foremost, I'm not giving the bed. Shout out to him and what he did. I'm just gonna, if we can, let's just put the camera a little this way, just so we're not. I don't want my shot to even I don't want it to come close to the bed at all. Usher look like he fresh off goddamn plane. I should.
Fresh off the garden stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, pause, but like that's how. Back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the Frosted Flakes because he used to always get up early. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world.
What the did Puff just say? Nobody's going to acknowledge this with me. Puff just said we used to wrestle over the Frosted Flakes, and we're streaming live. That was stupid. Listen, that was stupid.
Listen, having a good time. Yo, Usher made it in the.
Hey, yo. I'm a thug. At the end of the day, I killed, man. No, listen, at the end of the day, I killed. Right, know me, man. Listen, in the streets, did it there this weekend. F5.
I don't even feel comfortable with you in my bed. Hold on. Can you go get some girls? Get me in the bedroom with some girls. Let's get some girls up here, please. Hey, yo, can you move out the way? I want to give you a proper introduction. Go get some girls. Go get some. Matter of fact, while the girls come, hey yo, no, check us out. No homo. Come here, man. Hey yo, Kevin, come here. No homo. We're gonna have a contest. We're going to have a contest. We're going to get our breath first because your breath is stinking sometimes.
Diddy literally indicating sleeping with them. Imagine what's going on when the camera cut off.
And we're going to go back and forth.
First of all, make sure my mic is on. Before I can get into trashing Diddy, I'm going to acknowledge him on a special day. I bought the album. You know what I'm saying? I didn't ask you for nothing.
No, you didn't.
I didn't ask you for nothing free.
Yes.
I downloaded it. I didn't go to the store because I'm lazy.
I thought you said you bought it. You ain't say you downloaded it. Get your story right.
You
lying. You lying. He's lying. He didn't even buy it yet.
Listen, he's lying. Listen.
Yo, come in here, man. Hey, yo.
Listen.
Yo, come in here. No homo. We're gonna get some ladies in here though, but we're gonna make sure our breath is fresh.
Say pause. Don't acknowledge this. Nothing to do with me and Puff. Nothing to do with me and Puff right now.
Hold on, let's get some ladies in here. There's nothing to just bypass all.
Put the camera past the facts. No, I'll go for
No.
It's a movement. I'll definitely go and take a swig of Listerine.
And for real, you the comedian, so go light on me. Tonight's my night. Don't kill me.
No, I'm definitely gonna get it. Right now, start off. Like I said, it's your day. You got a lot of people walking around with dirty money.
Yeah, I want to say I'm sorry.
No. Listen,
okay, security. Please help me out for a second.
Okay, listen. First of all, if you don't get this failed UFC fighter out of here, no, dude, I'm just kidding. It's all jokes, man. No, don't say it. You got a taser? Listen. I thought he really had a taser. Let's go in and let's win.
Hey yo, check it out. We getting so much money out here. I don't really feel secure. So no homo. I'm taking big white people with me everywhere. Big white people with guns is coming with me everywhere. I'm just telling you now. I'm not going nowhere.
Security guard's not supposed to let.
Diddy is not hiding in no more.
Hey yo, we getting the party started. Hey yo, tell them what it's gonna be like. I gotta talk to Cap.
Go talk to him right now. Listen. Security, just one more. Listen, Tweety, can you bring my drink, please? Tell them around here, but people, as you can see, poke a little so it is, sweetie. Hey, I'm gonna take it. No, at the Listerine is definitely not good. It's gonna take a second. To be good. Bottom line, I'm in the nigga house, okay? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna walk around and I'm gonna show y'all the unexclusive. See, it's shit in here that he don't want y'all to see. I'm gonna find it. That's what I do. That's what happens when you put a comedian in the room. But right now, look, I'm gonna give y'all a second, tour around, figure out what's going on, enjoy the house the same way I am. I'm gonna go drink this, because I'm gonna my mouth up with this goddamn Listerine. Cheers to you.
No, not yet. You messing up. That's your problem. I got a nice, go get a drink downstairs. We got, and matter of fact, Kevin, come here. Kevin, I want you to talk about me as a baby. Come here, man. Hey, there you go. Hey, come on in. Come on in here. Come on, there you go. What's your name? What? Okay, Doomsday. Merci, yes. Merci. Last train to Paris. That's French, baby, for thank you. Yeah, you see it.
I got my bad thing.
Hey, yo, tell them downstairs, just let up girls. Get it, girls, strike up a conversation or something.
I got my bad thing.
Hey, yo, we live? Tell me, we live right now? Okay, check this out. I think they never been to a Diddy party. If you're not dancing,
I just got hard.
Then you got to go. So security, if you see somebody and they not dancing, they got to go. Period, point blank. Period, point. Ladies, I need y'all to come in. Ladies, security, if they ain't dancing, they gotta go home. If they ain't dancing, they gotta go home. You made it right here. Check it out. Popolosa, I'm ready now. I'm ready. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Let's go, let's go, let's work.
Yeah. This is out of control. I'm in the mix of sexy right now.
What's up, Mike?
Get a look at it, people.
Come on, man. Let's get these ladies over here. Let's do it.
I'm about to boss out of control right now. I just want to say before I look at you crazy, I love Jesus. I don't know.
Nah, Kevin, you don't love no Jesus. Yahshua, you love the devil.
If your name ain't Sean Combs and you're a male, you got to take your hat off. It's a little bit disrespectful to be in my house with your hat on, okay?
All y'all with these Highland scuddies on.
Hey, yo, and for real,
Highland beanie caps. Get the beanie caps off. Hold on. Shouts out to Diddy's sons who look nothing like them on. Oh, come on, man. Come on, dude. Don't nobody want to see that shit. We got a lot of stars in the building right now. First and foremost, myself. Let's acknowledge that real quick before we get pleasant. Shout out to Fad, the eraser on his Timbs. Hey, Puff, look, real quick. I want to ask some people.
Hey, yo, for real, if you hit me that hard again.
Listen, dude, listen. Okay, first of all, get your body together. Work out. Hey, listen.
Wow. Trey Songz.
Wow.
Who's here somewhere.
I'm right here, Puff.
Oh, he's here? Where's he? Uh-oh. Yeah. Come on in. It's Trey Songz, yo. Make some noise for Trey Songz in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Straight from the garden, ripping it down.
Yeah, that's hot.
Press.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got
Mike,
I should say Diddy on it.
Hey, shouts out to Nigga Trey in the building, whatever. Heard you just came from the garden. Great. Yeah, it's good. Sold out show, whatever.
That was cool.
That's great.
But we here to talk about last train to Paris.
Yeah, let's talk about last Paris real quick, Trey. It's Mike back. Give me this. All right.
I think yeah, take this one.
Oh, okay, there it is. All right, Trey, you got a track on the album.
Yes,
I heard the track. I cannot say I'm a fan of the track. It was a very positive track. You did your thing on it. How?
My shit was positive. It was positive. I mean, you got a loss for words tonight. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you give me a stand up and a positive track?
No, very educational track. Be honest with you, man. In the studio, working with Puff is. Oh, so when you stop with fix the mic, dude.
Yeah. See.
No. Get it done. Yeah. Send it to me. No, that's big.
Yeah, shut up, shorty. Take this.
Is this one gonna work? All right, check. Okay. All right. Yo, stop giving me different microphones. Pause. I'm serious. This is getting weird. All right, look, Trey, on top of that.
Hey, yo. We need to pass some Ciroc out over there. I see y'all over there. DJ Clue, we want to thank you for being one of our first supporters, man.
What's going on? It's official. Doing it official. You know what I'm saying? My Trey's up here. The Fab's up here. When you have a scene like this, you got to bring bosses with you. As you see, it's female friendly. We got a ladies and female. She's butt ball. That's what I call it, raw dog. I'm not jumping the tub myself. Once everybody gets out, just me and the lady. This is my scene. I'm used to this type of thing. Doing what I do best. Oh! Did the camera catch that? Got the camera! Got the camera! We had technical difficulties last time, but I'm gonna tell you something. When you with troopers, we act as troopers and we fix situations. We're up here, everybody's safe. No, this was here. We had Trigger Trey on the scene. Honestly, second-degree black belt in first aid. Right now, also my man Terrence, BT 106 Park, he's in the building. Shouts out to Terrence for a very small waistline on his pants. Listen, we're really right now. Listen, what we're doing is unbelievable. No, T, no, listen. What we're doing is unbelievable up here.
Puff Daddy to me is like a what's them dudes who who run the 3-ring circus, the ringmaster. I guess he the ringmaster because he do it big and he always put on a show. So Puffy is the ringmaster.
Do whatever the fuck I want to do, whenever, however the fuck I want to do it. You know why? Because I'm the freest nigga in the world. End of discussion.
To hip hop.
And he feels like Diddy is using all that footage for blackmail.
Probably so. I could believe that. I believe it's a lot of rappers, a lot of music people, a lot of executives that could not say no. Cat Williams say, you just got to say no to Diddy.
Now, I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times. Just to protect my integrity and that poll I was telling you about. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you got to tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did.
And it's a lot of people that couldn't say no. And they probably on tape. Because they couldn't say no.
So you think it's possible that Diddy, he got footage of rappers in the stash, just in case he got to use it for blackmail?
It's a possibility. It's not far-fetched. If he was taping Cassie and he was having Cassie taped and everything like that, why wouldn't he do nobody else? She's the only one.
These recordings allegedly captured compromising footage of high-profile individuals, which could be used to leverage or blackmail them.
Puffy would say, man, you got to chill. Like, you just a little bit too intense. You got to relax. Like, yo, man, I'm here to work, man. I ain't sang in a week. I mean, I'm 13 years old, like banging on this man as though, I am the manager. I am the spokesperson for Usher. And I'm telling him, look, you're going to put me in the studio, man. You got Biggie Smalls in there. You got Craig Mack in there. You're going to make me a priority too. I'm not here to party with you. I don't want to go to the clubs. Matter of fact, I'm too young to even be in here. Why you got me in clubs? I think as a kid, I realized, hey, look, that's not my ring. That's not my moment. That's not my bottle. That's not my drink. That's not my celebration. So I'm not here to celebrate. I wanted people to be excited about me the way that they were excited about him. I wanted my own success.
Hashtag no Diddy.
No Diddy.
Do you have any views on Usher? Because a lot of things have come back to where
Usher.
they talk about his.
Usher, I'm tired of Usher.
Oh, okay.
Goofy bitch.
No.
Got your asshole ripped open and the only thing it inspired was loyalty. They ripped your ass open. Gene didn't say it. He said, check the records at the hospital. I'm saying it. You got your ripped open. Then you take Justin Bieber from Lily White, Canada, and take him to the flavor of Fuck Off, the kiddie edition. Get his ripped open. Now everything's coming out, and the first thing you do is run the Bolly with another kiddie rapper who works with the man, L.A. Reid, that sent you to the Diddy Flavor Freak Off.
Not the flavor.
Now you got Justin Bieber breaking up relationships and shit. He suck Odell Beckham dick at the club, and the next thing you know, he don't even want Kim no more. That's what they learned at the Freak Off. How to steal bitch niggas.
Moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you over to something called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
Camp.
was called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really.
Come on.
But hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
So nobody tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. What I did say is that there were very curious things taking place, and I didn't necessarily understand it.
Does he have you doing any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you humble somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 a.m. with them and party?
I mean, I could. I actually stayed up longer than them.
And what kind, do you have money? What's going on?
I mean, I had like per diem. I had like, you know,
What
like
a
a living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy camp?
Hell no.
See?
I didn't know Usher was the one that had to be rushed to the hospital until people around Puff, that was around Puff at the time, told me it was Usher. You understand? But Usher Raymond the fourth, if his family members way back then didn't do nothing when they knew what happened to him and why he was rushed to the hospital, how do they expect other people to be responsible for what they didn't do? They wanted their kid to be a star. He a star. He a mega star. So whatever happened to him then, they may not want it to be known, but they knew something happened enough that his mother had to come get him out of Diddy camp.
There you go. Mr. Diddy. Mr. D. Piddler.
Yes.
We like that compilation. All right. Some crazy shit. Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, the new show. You got to stay tuned for the new show. We'll call it the Free Cough.
I'll tell you, don't put me part of it.
What, Free Cough? The new show is going to be called the Free Cough.
Don't put me part of it.
Oh, shit. Crazy, crazy. So, he would give the people who took part in the party, he would give them priority in the studio and push their work. So unless you took part, unless you said yes and took part in his little freak-offs, he wouldn't promote your work. He wouldn't even look at you. He would just keep you at the back of the list until you agreed and bent out, you know, smashed out your face, and then they violate you and send you into hospital with a ripped arsehole. And then you get some studio time.
So there's 10 lawsuits. Now, if he goes to federal custody, if Adams goes in federal custody, he is going to be in the same federal jail that Diddy is in. Now, this jail is not a pleasant jail. It's not a nice jail.
5 to 10, he's going to get more than that. What do you reckon he's going to get?
I wonder if they'll get the same jail cell. Well, no, I believe they've got Diddy in a private jail.
Yeah, do a fucking wing just for him. And apparently he's on suicide watch.
Yeah, Diddy's under suicide watch.
Same kind of suicide. You know what? We should get the same people that looked after Jeffrey Epstein to look after him. They'll do a good job. Same camera system as well. I suppose they can't do this. They can't suicide this one the same way. It'd be too obvious.
It's in Sunset Park neighborhood in Brooklyn. It does hold both male and female prisoners at all security levels. You got to remember that. It's the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Okay. It holds 1,712 prisoners. Okay. In 2019, one of the former wardens said it's the most terrible, if not the most terrible facilities in the prison bureaus. Okay. Okay. So it was only built to hold 1,000 inmates, but it's holding 1,712 as of April 2022.
Definitely some freak offs going on there.
So it's well overpopulated.
Well, if anyone does get their arsehole ripped open, they won't have to travel far to get to the hospital.
So, but in September 2024, it was announced that federal defendants entering the prison system after sentence, they could no longer be sent there. Because of its dangerous, barbaric conditions. But P. Diddy is incarcerated in the prison special housing unit. So he's being housed in a special housing unit there. Okay. Now, some of the famous people there that has been there is, you remember Sam Bankman-Fried? He was sentenced to 25 years in prison for convicted wire fraud conspiracy, security fraud conspiracy, money laundering. He's there. The former president of Honduras has been there. God, some of the people that's been there. It's interesting. Al Sharpstein was even there.
This is an old clip from a year ago.
He served 90 days.
This is an old clip from a year ago.
City at a potential breaking point. We have been following the story, as you know.
Oh, can you see this? Bring it up. Bring it up.
Yeah. You see it.
For months, tens of thousands of migrants arriving from Central and South America and West Africa, straining city resources. We got here tonight because of what the mayor said over the last 24 hours, and we want to walk you through all of this. The mayor saying the crisis, quote, will destroy New York City, unleashing his frustrations with a fury we haven't seen before, targeting the White House and governors, busing migrants to sanctuary cities, even calling the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, a madman. The White House responding tonight, defending their records, helping cities across the country. The crisis spilling into the largest school system in America. More than 1 million children returning to class today, with 20,000 new students from families seeking asylum. The school system getting another $110 million to the budget, but there are worries that resources will still be stretched to the limit. The city's shelter system stretched past its capacity this summer. At one point, more migrants in city shelters than homeless Americans. Some asylum seekers were able to get beds inside hotels, while others slept on the streets outside. Still, some parents are optimistic the city can handle the crisis. But now, more than ever, this issue spanning the border to cities thousands of miles away, and it's hitting close to home. NBC correspondent Valerie Castro has the story.
Let me tell you something, New Yorkers.
The migrant crisis taking on a new tone.
Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City.
Mayor Eric Adams escalating his frustration during a town hall meeting, revealing new fears as tens of thousands of asylum seekers continue to arrive in New York City.
110,000 migrants. We have to feed, clothe, house, educate the children, wash their laundry sheets, give them everything they need, health care. Month after month, I stood up and I said, this is going to come to a neighborhood near you. Well, we're here. We're here.
A drastic shift from the message Adams first had for incoming migrants.
Lady Liberty sits in our harbor. New York City is the welcoming mat for the entire globe.
For months, he's been pleading with the federal government for help, going so far as to blame them for the city's deteriorating supply of resources.
The national government has turned its back on New York City.
What he once dubbed as a political stunt by Texas Governor Greg Abbott became a new reality for the city.
We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian-speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City.
This bus terminal became the first welcome sign for migrants after hours-long journeys from Texas. But the mayor says to his frustration, they are still arriving by the busload.
Howard Malu was there when the first buses of migrants arrived.
We are on the ground. We've outlasted every city agency that has come in to the Port Authority, which is a disgrace.
A year later, he says the city's resources have been mismanaged and the responsibility now falling onto organizers like him.
Several months ago, we saw the city here with representatives welcoming the migrants with open arms, providing resources. At what point did you see that change?
So unfortunately, the migrants have been used as political pawns since day one, which is why you had so many city agencies and politicians popping their head in, because it was really popular. It was a way for them to show that they actually cared, but there was no real follow through.
Hotels like the historic Roosevelt became intake shelters for migrants. The city says they quickly filled up, and the issue became a blame game between the mayor and local aid groups.
They're not looking at the migrants as human beings. They're looking at them as numbers. They're looking at them as a way to get more money from the federal government. And they're also using them for their own tactic, which is to deter more people from coming here to New York City.
Out of the more than 110,000 who have arrived, many of them are families. First-day jitters for the nearly 20,000 newly arrived children entering classrooms all across the city.
Nervios, pues puede haber por ahí un poco de nervios, pero me siento muy motivado.
It is the story of New York City. We don't treat people as outsiders. We welcome them with open arms. And that's what we have been doing here.
Okay, Valerie joins me now in the studio. I guess people may be.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why I reckon they threw him under the bus, Martin.
Yeah.
You know, because the shit that he does, the shit that they were charging him with, and remember, he's one of them, right? Or You know,
Yeah.
he's a blue
One
coat.
of them.
Yeah.
He's one of them.
He was one of them, but he was saying shit he weren't supposed to, and he weren't playing the fucking tune.
Yep.
He starts going off at Biden, whatever. They fucking sent the whole full weight of the fucking department after him for everything they got at him.
But you got to remember who else played the game. Who else played the game? Who else played the game? And people don't want to look at that game that was played, because you got to look back at some of the shit that Biden played.
That was a year ago, that video.
Yep. And you got to think about what games Biden has played and Hunter has played.
Right.
But people don't want to look at that one.
No, that one's already been dealt with. Right.
No, that one hasn't been fully dealt with.
Well, they kind of patted themselves on the back and swept everything underneath the rug, and they said, "There's nothing to see here. These are not the droids you are looking for."
And let's look at what Harris has done.
And Costco. I blame Costco.
Yeah. Let's look what Harris did. Before the war even started between Russia and Ukraine, she gave away our intelligence.
You know, if it wasn't for Costco and the baby oil,
yeah,
none of this would have happened.
Let's look at that one. She gave away our intelligence.
Mr. Kamala Harris.
Security intelligence.
It's because there's you see I'm going to try and play the devil's advocate here. Kamala Harris gave away a military intelligence, right? Because she doesn't have any. She didn't even know it was intelligence. How could someone who's not intelligent?
And she admitted it on national TV. She
Yeah,
admitted it on national TV.
Yeah, I told everybody.
During the debate, she admitted it on national TV. She gave away our national intelligence. And that Ukraine isn't even part of NATO. Isn't even part of NATO. She admitted it on national TV.
They're trying to push it through. Still, after all this, they're still trying to. They're carrying on as if Ukraine is a part of NATO. As a matter of fact.
Yep. And it's funny. You know, I don't even people realize that all this money that we are sending overseas, we are borrowing.
From China. We're borrowing it from China. Fuck's sakes, we're borrowing the money from China so we can go to war with Russia. How does that even make sense to you? Make that make sense, please, somebody.
Yeah. And people don't look at it.
You know, we've just basically agreed to send billions of pounds to Israel, right? With the same breath, right? We're telling them, "Oh, ceasefire! We want you to stop this, killing, genociding the Palestinians. Stop dropping the bombs. Here's some more bombs. Yeah, here's some more bombs. But don't ceasefire. Here's more bombs, but ceasefire, Israel. Here's some more bombs, but ceasefire."
Now I'm going to flip the coin. Do I believe freaking Trump can stop the war by making 2 phone calls? I'm going to call.
No, fuck it. He's going to make shitloads of money out of this.
I'm going to get them together and I'm going to end this war. Bullshit.
People forget that he has given more money to the military-industrial complex than everyone, including Obama, combined. Right? Mr. Donald Trump, he signed $6.2 fucking trillion. Did everybody forget about that? $6.2 trillion. He gave it to Big Pharma. He gave it to the big military-industrial complex. He built fucking Space Force. He was the father of the vaccine, right? He stopped all these corporations in their tracks and he says, here's billions of pounds. Go and manufacture some useless fucking incubating machine that we don't need. In fact, they killed more people when they plugged them into that machine. They had to quickly stop that and forget about it. Has everyone forgotten about that? The 600 fucking million pound that he fucking wasted on fucking building shit that we didn't need.
They can't, they got
Mr.
to look
Donald
at everything.
If it wasn't for Donald Trump, right, Mama Bear, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, NATO would not have the funds and the resources it does today to start a war in Ukraine. It was Donald Trump that went over there and forced the entire European nations to fund NATO to the tune of fucking hundreds of billions of pounds. We just fucking forced everybody to give NATO billions of pounds. What the fuck do you think an entity that was created for one reason, for one specific reason, to defend us against a war with Russia, and you give them hundreds of billions of pounds, what do you think this one thing was going to do with that money? I mean, it's their job. We literally created them to defend us against Russia, and you give them fucking $500 billion. What do you think they're going to do with that $500 billion, mate? I'll tell you what they're going to do with it. They're going to go to war with Russia. Look.
Yep.
Fucking Donald Trump.
And people have got to understand that.
They're all getting played. Kamala, Trump, they're all the same shit, man. I guarantee you, whoever gets in, trillions of pounds are going to get spent. Just like that, wiped off the fucking your pocket. A complete transfer of wealth. He spent 6.2 trillion last time. This time it's going to be 10 trillion. I guarantee you, when Donald Trump gets in there, he's going to write a fucking $10 trillion check, right? Putting the deficit to $45 trillion, man. 40 fucking, I mean, it would take you 1,000 fucking lifetimes to pay the interest. Just so we can give it to fucking Zelensky so he can fucking kill more people. You know, more than 1 million people have died in that useless, senseless war in Ukraine. And not 1 inch has been taken back. Not 1 inch. In fact, they've lost ground. Russia's gearing up to make the fucking final move. He's going to wipe the fucking whole fucking Kiev off the planet if they don't fucking behave themselves. He's already said that any country wants to launch an attack, he will fucking consider using nuclear fucking weapons. And the minute somebody starts talking about using nuclear weapons, man, this is where we've got to stop. This is where we've got to fucking sit down. And anybody starts shouting for war, you got to just slap them and shove a fucking sock in his mouth or something. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants a nuclear war, mate. No one's going to fucking do a pissing contest, and no one's going to angrily fucking press a button. 9 fucking billion people on this planet. You want to start fucking wiping out 9 billion people with nuclear fucking radiation and fucking explosions and shit. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Yeah, go and vote. Go and vote for these cunts. Encourage them some more. Go on. Go and vote for Donald Trump. They're going to drone strike that cunt soon anyway. They've already laid the plans out. They already started blaming Iraq and Iran for assassinating Trump. You know, the more they attack him, the more people want to back him. And the more people back him, the more people consent to being governed by these sick motherfuckers. This is how it works. They convince you to fucking vote for them so you consent to being governed by these people. That's all that is. They don't give a fuck about your vote, right? Your vote means nothing to them. Whether it's left or right, it's irrelevant. It's the same puppeteer's hand is going to be shoved up, firmly shoved up, either puppets at us, right? Whether it's Donald Trump, it's still going to be the Wall Street bankers that have got their hands firmly shoved up that motherfucker's ass. If it's fucking Kamala Harris, I guarantee you it's the same motherfuckers who are going to be influencing her, right? Same people. Same people that control these bastards. These people have no power. They have no control. They have no decision-making ability. The only job they have is to sell you the lie, to convince you to vote. Once you vote, you give them consent. That is it.
Yep.
That's all they need. Your consent.
Yep. 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 They do. Well, we are 20 minutes away from Adam's arraignment. I wonder if they'll take him early. He is facing a female judge. It's going to be interesting. He will face a second hearing on Wednesday. So he will take a second hearing Wednesday. So the first hearing is today. The second hearing is Wednesday. So
they got the British people over here just the same way. Oh, let's vote Keir Starmer in because Rishi Sunak's just made a mess. Oh, we can't have Rishi Sunak. Fuck Rishi Sunak. He's just made such a fucking mess. We got to have Labour in. Let's get Labour in. Yeah, but he's a pedo protector. Oh, he's got to be better than Rishi Sunak. Oh, let's get him in there. Give him a chance. And now what? Now we got this fucking sick motherfucker pedo protector in there, right? Making stupid shit rhetoric, trying to fucking drum up a fucking war with Russia. Now what? He's going to stop the immigration. He's going to stop the this. He's going to stop the that. He ain't stopped shit, has he? No, more migration than ever. More fucking money to fucking Ukraine and fucking Israel. And he's going up there. Did you see him in United Nations the other day? Oh, we've got to cease fire. But in the same breath, he's going to give them weapons, right? Billions of pounds worth of weapons. But he wants them to cease fire. Don't kill any more Palestinians. No more kids. Motherfucker. You're the one that's fucking making the weapons. You know, Israel, right, doesn't manufacture these weapons in Israel. Where do you think they manufacture Israeli weapons? People, wake the fuck up. They don't manufacture Israeli weapons in Israel. They manufacture them in our countries. They've got Israeli manufacturing companies in our countries where they manufacture weapons for themselves and for our government. They make weapons for our government. In our country, with our money. Israel.
All right. They have announced the judge.
Yeah.
Okay. They have announced the judge. The judge is David E. Hoy. He's a federal judge that will preside over the case. And guess who is waiting in the shadows?
What, to pardon
to run for the mayor of New York City?
I don't know, fucking spawn of Satan or something.
Como.
Oh, what? He's going back for it again. Didn't he fucking resign? Didn't he leave? Or has he got voted out?
Governor. Yep.
Oh, he was a governor, wasn't he? Was he governor? Oh,
Yes.
He was the governor. And now
Yeah,
he's going to
he's
step
waiting
into the
in the
mayoral.
shadows. He's waiting in the shadows.
Well, this is what I keep saying. This is a revolving door, right? This revolving door, they could just walk from one position. Wherever they're needed, they'll be placed. Yeah, we need somebody over there. Well, boom, we'll stick one of ours in there. Mr. fucking Cuomo. You remember the Cuomo with the fucking vaccine and the fucking pandemic? He was up there every day like he was a fucking superstar, man. Oh, the pandemic. Oh, we got to wear 12 masks. Oh, we got to socially distance. Oh, we got to look after the elderly. You remember that shit? I remember that shit. That motherfucker needs to be sitting in the cell next to fucking P. Diddy. In between P. Diddy and Adams, he's got to be Mr. Cuomo. Because he's done a lot worse than Adams, I guarantee you.
Yep. Yep.
The only reason why Cuomo is not being held in with charges is because he's towing the line, right? He's not going against the White House and Mr. Biden's fucking regime.
Yeah.
And Comrade Kamala.
Yep.
Fucking Comrade Kamala. Her dad used to teach. He was a fucking professor or some shit. He used to teach Marxism, right? He was a socialist. Marxist. The guy's a communist. The guy's teaching communism. And his daughter becomes the president of the United States of America. What the fuck, bro? From what reality? In what reality did I fucking wake up in? Right? Because this is one of those dystopian fucking nightmare movies that I woke up in. Right? Where the free world is not free. It's fucking Big Brother fucking.
Okay, his second appearance will be Wednesday at 10 a.m. He will be arraigned today, and then his second appearance will be Wednesday at 10 a.m. before before Dale Ho. So he will go today, and then he will have another one Wednesday. So we will see what happens today. I am right now trying to locate if they are going to ask for bond or not. they are going to ask for bond or not. They've disclosed any of that. I have not heard yet. I have not heard if he's going to get bond yet. So yeah.
So what happened with Trump and Zelensky? They're still going on.
I am checking into that one. But I know he had a meeting at Trump Towers.
Yeah, that was his plan. Get Trump on board. That's his final offensive. He's gonna go over to Trump Towers and convince Donald Trump, who's very likely going to be the next president, convince him to back his war. And you know Trump is going to treat this guy like a little gopher. He's going to... I got to see that. Where is it? Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's going to be
live,
interesting.
Oh, let's check this out. This is live. Whoa.
You know who else? You know who else is trying to have a meeting with Trump, don't you?
No.
Details. Obama.
Thank you very much.
Rewind. Rewind. Why won't you let me rewind? Motherfucker won't let me rewind, man.
It's me, or to both us. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, it's very important to share all the plan, all our steps, how we can strengthen Ukraine. And of course, we have to decide it now, because after November, we don't know who is. Only Americans decide who will be the president. But we understand that till November, we can't stop Putin. We have to do it. We will try on the battlefield with our heroic soldiers. But we understand that after November, we have to decide. And we hope that the strength of the United States will be very strong, and we count on it. That's why I decided to meet with both candidates with all honor to them. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President Trump, so what are your expectations about this meeting? So what I expect to hear from the President Zelensky, what are your expectations?
Say a little louder.
What are your expectations from this meeting? What do you expect to hear from
Nothing. Look, this is a meeting, and we have a big race going on right now. I guess 37 days left, and we're leading in the polls, and so we'll see how it all works out. Hopefully it'll work out, but if it does, we're going to work very much with both parties to try and get this settled and get it worked out. It has to end at some point. It has to end. He's going through hell. This country has gone through hell like few countries have ever. Like it's happened anywhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's a terrible situation. And I will say I have had a great relationship. He was very honorable. I don't even know if you know this, but when they did the impeachment hoax, it was a hoax, just a Democrat hoax, which we won. But one of the reasons we won it so easily is that when the president was asked, it was over a phone call with the president, and he said he could have grandstanded and played cute, but he didn't do that. He said, President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. He said it loud and clear, and the impeachment hoax died right there. He could have said, well, I don't know, and I never even told you this, to be honest with you. He was like a piece of steel. He said, President Trump, we had a very nice call. He congratulated me on his victory. It just won. And I remember that. He could have played cute, and he didn't play cute. And so I appreciated that. So we have a very good relationship. And I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it.
I hope we have more good relations.
We're going to have. Oh, I see. Yeah. You know, it takes two to tango. You know, and we will. We're going to have a good meeting today. And I think the fact that we're even together today is a very good sign. And hopefully we'll have a good victory because. The other side wins. I don't think you're going to have victories with anything, to be honest with you. So we're going to sit down and just discuss it. And if we have a win, I think long before January 20th, before I would take the presidency, it's January 20th. But long before that, I think that we can work out something that's good for both sides. It's time. And by the way, the president knows that too. He wants to get something done. He doesn't want to do this. And so we look forward to having him. I mean, I look forward to being with him. But what I said is true. He was a piece of steel. He gave a very honest, straight answer, and that it really essentially ended the impeachment hoax. And I appreciated that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Let me please ask for Al.
You want to go this way?
Press, thank you. Press, thank you very much. Thank you, Press. Thank you very much, Press. Please be moving. Thank you, Press.
You know, fucking very excellent telephone call. There was nothing wrong with it. I did nothing wrong. I'll get back on point, man. World War III, remember?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about your telephone call that happened 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? You're still going on about it.
Yeah, almost 8 years ago.
All right. Fucking. It's a perfect phone call. It's perfect. The perfect phone call. She didn't ask you about your phone call, man. She asked you about fucking. Motherfucker. Oh my God, these people. Yeah, let's vote. Vote for him. People, when you go and vote, scratch that piece of paper and make sure it rips, right? And just put your X next to Trump and make sure that you vote really hard. Maybe this time. The harder, you got to vote harder. Vote a little bit harder. Donald Trump's going to save us.
Yep. Yep. You know, we have no idea what's going to happen, but I'll tell you.
War.
It's
inevitable.
It's getting ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
There is no escaping this war. There's no stopping it now.
Yep. You know, and it's, you know, it's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. And, you know, as many of you know, we follow the 1A auditing community. And it's not only the government that's out of hand, it's also our illustrious police force that's out of hand.
Well,
very out of hand. Our judges are out of hand.
Leadership starts from top down, right?
And it is from the top down that is out of hand.
Yes. Because those at the top are continuing to get away with and escalate and get away with things. Those further down are going to continue to get away with shit as well. Do you know what I mean?
And it's trickling down to beyond belief and be out, and it's out of control. And us at the bottom are really struggling because we're the one that's paying the taxes. We're the one that's suffering through this. We're the ones that pay the taxes. We are paying the electric bills and struggling to pay those electric bills, paying those gas bills, the heating bills, the grocery bills are, we're struggling. Oh, they're saying we've got to go to electric vehicles. How are we going to be able to afford them? They're so out of our price range that we can't afford them, let alone the repairs on them. How are we going to afford to buy batteries for them? We can't afford it, let alone put in the stuff to charge them in our homes. We can't afford this stuff. This is, and then they're saying by 2035, we've got to go to all electric in our homes. 5 years ago, I put a brand new propane system in my home. I put a brand new propane stove, brand new propane furnace in my home. I can't go and put all new electric in my home. I can't afford that. They're absolutely nuts. My furnace quit. It was in the middle of the winter. I went with what I could afford at the time. I can't afford it. I can't afford a high electric bill. They're totally nuts. And I'm not the only senior citizen in this predicament. I can't afford to go out and spend what's the price for an electric vehicle? I can't afford it. I know fire departments can't afford what it's going to cost a fire apparatus to put out these fires on electric vehicles. And for the batteries to completely cool down so the fires don't reignite, it's 48 hours? I read someplace, don't quote me on it, but I believe it's 48 hours. And I was listening to one of the updates from the storm of the hurricane, and houses were completely fine, but they had an electric vehicle. And because water got in and the electronics in the batteries, and it caused a fire in the house, burn up because of the electric car. Nothing to do with the hurricane. But because of the car, the electric car, they lost everything. They lost everything. That's unbelievable, Tolly. Yes. They're going.
Hey, Tolly, how you doing, bro?
Hey, Tolly. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And here in New York State, we get, as many of you know, we get tremendous weather. And we get ice storms. We get blizzards. We get total blizzards here in New York State. And our power grid system is not capable of withstanding a storm. And I have family that works for the power company. And he's a lineman. And we have severe windstorms, and it takes down power lines, and they're out for days putting in. We've had power outages here for weeks, and in some areas they're down for 2 weeks. And they have outlawed generators, gas powered generators. They're outlawing propane generators. So generators are being obsolete here in New York State. So that's a joke. Outlawed wood stoves, outlawed propane in homes. And this is all new builds here in the next couple of years. So now you've outlawed all this stuff that are essential to when we lose power. So what are people going to do? What are people going to do to keep warm? Power grid system's down.
You can't even snuggle up to your pets. You got eaten by the migrants.
Buffalo last year had a severe ice storm. People died because they were out of power for a week. And you know where our governor is from? Buffalo. But she's at in Albany with power. But people in Buffalo had no power. They were stranded. And they died because they had no power. People died in Buffalo. They froze to death. Allegedly. But there's lawsuits. But we'll keep pushing this new green energy deal to a state that's not even prepared and ready for it. And they don't think about our harsh winters where poles get snapped because of the ice and lines break because of the ice. Yeah, they don't look at old timers that really know what's going on and actually know what is actually going on and they've lived through that. Because I've lived through snowstorms where the snow, you had to climb over snowbanks because you could only open the door. So you could open the door, but you couldn't see the first 4 feet because it was full of snow. I've lived where you've had to take hot packs and unfreeze the door even to get out of it because the door was frozen shut. I've lived it. Yeah, I enjoy skiing in the snow. That I gotta admit. That I gotta admit. That I gotta admit. I enjoy skiing in the snow. Yes, corporate owns the government now. Yep. Yeah, totally. Pretty soon you could be ripping up that grass though and putting artificial turf down because you ain't gonna be able to water that grass. You know that, don't you? They're gonna make you rip all that grass out It's going to be illegal. You know that. You're going to have to rip all that grass out.
And all I see is propaganda, propaganda. 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 Yeah, united we stand, divided we fall. New Year's Eve, they've been dropping the ball. Independent, how we dead in the game with a right to the sound of applause. Hit truths, dotted lines, ain't never signed, stood and remain a boss. In a world that is full of facades, wherever you speak, you get nailed to a cross. I won't be silent, I am outspoken, I am the product of pain. So when you see my name, no fame can never break down a brain that is already broken. Every wound is a paid devotion, they fill words as I purge emotion. Scams care as I drop hits that bleed lies from demonic owens. The system decides what we spend and we buy while most of our time is spent in bed. The dreams we have all stay inside, we sleep and wake then live with regret. The price of life is half the cost, the price of fame could cost your head. If infamy is what you're seeking, propaganda is what you're spreading. And all I see is propaganda, propaganda. 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 Look what they did, indoctrinated. They convinced us all that everything we say is racist and blood will change it. That's what happens, y'all need balance. Y'all need blacks and whites and lefts and rights to stop the madness. They planned it. It's Trump or Biden, we all been divided, riot in the streets. Elections always been rigged. I ain't surprised if somebody cheats. All I see is panic frames and a propaganda, but our priorities are vaccine. It ain't hard for wolves to find a flock when the sheep are fast asleep. Too many people lack character, too many journalists scaring you, too many pistols attempting to rewrite the Constitution. They probably gon' tear it up. I love the country, but I don't trust the people taking care of us. We went to bed with the American dream, we woke up in America. Never come, propaganda, and all I see is propaganda, propaganda. And all I see is propaganda, propaganda. And all I see is propaganda, propaganda. Yourself, fellows. All I see is propaganda in the world. All I see is propaganda. And all I see is propaganda.
Hey, Graham, it was on repeat. Sorry, that's it.
Graham, yeah, I see that now. How are you, Graham?
Oh.
How you doing, Graham?
Today's gonna be the day that
You didn't tell me I was muted. I'm talking away and no one can hear me.
You're muted.
Hey, Mellows, now you know what it's like to be deaf. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and Mellows, how are you all doing? I'm doing okay.
Good. Hey, Jabba. How are you?
So, are you all ready for tonight's special announcement on the Grim Reaper Network?
Ready as can be, I suppose, as one can be.
Oh, good. So pleased to hear that because I'm not. But we're still going to go ahead with it regardless.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just putting the final touches and a little bit of fairy dust that Mello sent me. I think that's what it was anyway. All over it.
So what time's that going to be?
Sorry, I don't know what time. Good question. Sometime after 8, I would have thought. 8 p.m. UK time. I have to say that because of people in different time zones. It's not going to be a long show. It's really just to cover the announcement and then see where it goes from there. Not that the announcement's that wonderful. It's just different. But I think retirement comes to us all. Yeah, eventually. So how's Mr. Adams doing? Is he turned himself into the baby oil factory? Over there?
Uh-huh.
Yes, Mr. Adams, has he turned himself into the baby oil factory?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
He's not trying to slip out of it then.
He's into the arraignment right now. He's being arraigned.
Now, I know you have different words for different things. Does that mean he's up before the bench?
Yep. He's in front of the judge. He was supposed to go in front of the judge at noon today. So we're waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize that charges had been levied against him.
Yep. The indictment was unsealed yesterday.
Oh, that's right. 666. I remember now.
Bribery
Sorry,
charge.
short-term. I have short-term memory loss. You know that, don't you?
Yeah,
but I'm not as bad as Bellows. You have to tell him several thousand times before he does things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you renewed them websites yet?
All done.
Oh, good. Tick in the good sheet. So, what's everybody doing for Chinese New Year?
When's that?
I asked that because I got asked a stupid question as well today. All right. I got asked what I was doing for Christmas. We're not even into October. And I get asked a stupid question. So I gave them a very truthful answer. I said, I've not looked into the crystal ball yet. I'll either be off or I'll be working, one or the other.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea if we all learn Chinese.
Well, we've got Chinese phones, Chinese computers.
Good language to learn, I reckon. I mean, it'd be very useful in the near future.
Agreed. If you survived a nuclear holocaust, which is
survive.
I mean, they keep saying that the tornadoes and the storms and the hurricanes, but personally, I think there's somebody fucking about with our weather.
Well, they've got those expensive machines. They might as well put them to some use.
What, the weather control? You've been reading Jules Verne again, haven't you?
They've been modifying the weather for years. Look up. You see all the shit they're spraying every day?
Yep.
Well, yeah.
What's that for? They call it geoengineering. Years they've been telling us, nah, we ain't been doing nothing. Don't be silly. Conspiracy theories. And then they admit it. They admit that they've been spraying everything everywhere. Look, they've even showing us the planes. after whistleblowers came forward and told us that no, they're lying to you.
Yes. Adams is before the judge right now. They have not come out yet and said what is happening. I keep checking to see what is going on. He is before the judge. He's up on a five count indictment. He is facing 45 years in jail if he's indicted, if he is found guilty. And it's from all I have done research, it's up to almost $5 million. In cash. And now they are seizing property related to it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, guess who's peeking around the corner? And he is pled not guilty in the alleged.
Well, he said he wasn't guilty. Could mean say he is or he
not
isn't.
Guilty.
So hang on, what's the estimate this trial will cost her?
Okay, he is pled not guilty.
So
Well,
Trump's defense. Hang on a second. Trump pleaded not guilty.
And he was found guilty.
He was found guilty.
Back into court. He's due back into court Wednesday for a case conference.
All federal charges you thought you're guilty automatically.
He gave thumbs up. He's planked by police security. He is scheduled to appear at noon. Okay, so he is in court right now. He was never handcuffed.
So he's already been treated differently to any other person in the dock. Don't you think that's strange? Was it just
His
me?
attorney, Alex Spiro, told reporters so. The governor does have the right to remove him from the office.
Even though he said that he wouldn't resign, he'd fight.
Right. The governor does have the right to remove him from office. Now, the person lurking in the shadows.
Off though, to me, if the governor can remove the mayor, isn't the mayor an elected position?
Yes, but the governor still, you're elected, but the governor still has to put the seal on you. Just like when you're elected president, you have to go through the formalities of through the House, the Congress, and all that to get all the states. You know how January 6th tried to block the approval of all the House submitting their electoral votes into record. The governor has to approve everybody elected. The governor approves everybody that's elected. It's the same way with the presidency. Everybody is officially approved and sworn in. So, so some Republicans and Democrats have challenged it and expected him to face June mayor primary, and I have a feeling he'll be ousted during the primaries in June. I have a feeling he'll be ousted then. So, I have a feeling he'll be ousted then. But he has pled not guilty. He has pled not guilty.
Like I said before, many a time, just because you plead not guilty doesn't mean to say that you're not guilty.
But some people have rebuffed that. He's due back to court
How can
Wednesday.
you rebuff facts?
But they haven't said yet.
Only in. I think that could only ever happen over in the States, that where you can be charged with something, you turn around and you say, I'm not guilty, and then politically that's rebuffed. And that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Or am I just reading it wrong? Right, okay, so I am.
You can.
But I always thought it was. I always thought it was a jury that found you guilty or not guilty.
I don't actually think the mayor has, the governor has any authority to remove the mayor. They're both elected.
She does.
They can. The governor can override his policies, any policies that he make. But I really don't think that would be highly illegal and irregular for a governor, an elected body, to fire a mayor, another elected body. That would be that would go against the separation of powers. Yeah, that would be
unconstitutional. I would have thought.
Yeah. They're both elected positions. I really doubt that is legal.
Hang on. There's got to be a reasoning behind it. So what's the legal loophole that the governor could use?
Well, this guy doesn't want the migrants, and he's been banging on about the migrants, and he ain't been towing the line, so they've got to get rid of him, innit?
Yeah, I get that, but I'm talking. Right, so this guy's been shafted or whatever. He's appearing in court, okay? It's serious charges, right?
Well, the charges that he's been done for are no worse than they've done themselves. Do you know what I mean? This is the sort of shit that they all do, you know?
Yeah. I get that. But what I'm saying is, right, what Mama Bear is saying is that the governor has special powers which allows him to remove the mayor, even though the mayor is an elected official, and so is the governor.
Okay.
I really doubt that is true.
Let's hear from Mama Bear.
Go on.
Okay. Removal of the mayor. The mayor can be removed from office pending district charges. The governor may suspend the mayor for a period but not exceeding 30 days. Okay.
So for 30 days, he could be removed.
To suspend him.
Suspended from duty.
But they can, furthermore, under the mayor, but she can also with acting temporary as a mayor, the controllers use any power and appoint or remove from office and power lawfully delegated by the mayor and deputy mayor. But she can remove him. She does have the power to remove him from office.
Oh, the deputy mayor.
The governor.
I thought they was only suspended for suspension for 30 days.
No.
So permanently they can remove.
Yes, they can permanently.
You see, this is, I mean, I'm reading this information here, sort of. Right?
I can't see what it says there.
No, it says Section 10, succession, right? So these are the rules of mayoral office and what is allowed, what isn't allowed, etc.
Right.
I could understand if he was found guilty, he could be removed, because surely somewhere in the terms and conditions,
due process, right?
It would say that, you know, if you're found guilty of a crime, you can be removed. Right? But at the moment, it's only allegations, and that's the thing we've got to remember. It's only allegations. Right?
It can't be more than a suspension. And then he would have to have like a. They would have to have like a, like other people supporting him. It can't be just his word. It can't be just on the governor, because that would go against the separation of powers. That would go against the Constitution, that we're, you know, the government can select and dismiss anybody that we elect. That it can't be. It can't be. You know, it's got to be highly illegal.
Well, I agree, but I'm just trying to get my head around how the governor can suspend the mayor indefinitely, or remove the mayor from office without him being found guilty.
Well, there's no due process there, isn't it? I mean, it's clearly a violation of the Constitution.
Yeah, I would say that this would be, if that is the case, that is unconstitutional.
Yes, I would imagine so. To me, on the face of it, it seems very, very irregular.
Yep. Yep, she does have power.
And what's the point of having separation of powers?
Well, can you imagine this scenario, Mama Bear? Right? At the end of this trial, say for argument's sake, it goes on more than 30 days, right? Which it probably will do.
Well,
right?
the one thing is he is not in jail.
No, he can still be mayor.
It seems like they're trying him in the media before the trial.
Yeah, which they're allowed to do over in the States.
You know, they're basically going to smear campaign him until before he gets a chance to, you know, because by the time you get into court and you pick a jury of your peers, all those jury have already been tainted by the lies, and you know, it's going to be a lot harder to convince them of the truth. You know what I mean? If that is indeed, there is some truth behind it. You know what I mean? It stinks anyway. It really does stink. These people are not messing around. And he's a Democrat, right? And he went against the White House, basically. That's the story that nobody wants to talk about.
Right.
Still get confused between Democrats and Republicans, but so hang on. Right, so
that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
The guy is a member of the same party that's in power in the White House. Am I right in thinking that?
Right.
Okay. So because he's gone against,
he wasn't singing the same tune, right?
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, he's gone against the party.
Yeah.
So
he was against the migration to New York.
Right. Don't tell me you wanted to put a wall around it or something stupid like that.
No, he wanted them to stop sending them because they were getting fucking a year ago. They were receiving 10,000 a day, right? It's like fuck, man. You know what I mean? How many people they've moved? There's millions of people that they've migrated to just New York, right?
Okay.
They've turned the fucking park into tent city. The park.
Okay. All right. Mama Bear wants to say something.
He is being released on his own signature with the conditions that he is not to contact any witness or individuals in the indictment.
It should be easy.
Depends on whether or not he's got to work with some people who are
suspended, so he ain't working.
Well, he's not at the moment, is he?
Well, no, he's just been released on his own signature. So
no, what I mean is he's still got mayoral duties to perform. He's not been suspended from that at the moment, or I could be wrong. That might be just
suspended. Is suspended. Your duty is suspended. They're gonna.
So far, he's not. So far, he's not. He's still mayor.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
He is still mayor.
Well, in that case, he's got work to do, and he'll have a security detail.
He'll be put under more pressure to resign.
He is still mayor.
Northwards.
He is still mayor. So he was being released on his own signature with the conditions that he cannot contact any witness or individuals in the indictment, with accommodations for him to speak with members of his family and staff, but not about anything pertaining to the allegations.
Right. Okay. That sort of makes sense.
He will provide Shapiro with the names of people Adams may not contact. So here's the Assistant U.S. Attorney told the prosecutor and Adams' lawyer, Alex Spiro, I have to look up who his attorney is, to an agreement that will allow Adams to be released. So he is being released. He is not going to jail, everybody. He is not going to jail.
I wasn't expecting him to be incarcerated.
A lot of people did. A lot of people did. So his next hearing will be in front of Judge Dale E. Hero Wednesday. He will be in front of the judge Wednesday.
I think the media will sit around and say that he should resign because there's no way he can operate as mayor and concentrate on his defence at the same time. I think that sort of pressure will be brought to bear on him a lot.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, his police chief resigned, the police commissioner resigned, the school chancellor resigned. The attorney for the city resigned. 2 fire department chiefs have been federally indicted so far. So
it does stink of a witch hunt to me. Classic witch hunt.
So there has been some indictments already. I got a feeling there's going to be more indictments. I don't think this is well over for New York City at all. I think it's well, I think this is going to be bigger. They also raided a New York sheriff's home. Which is ties to New York City. That has ties to New York City. So that is also coming out that has ties to New York City. So I think there's a lot more that's going to come out. So there's a lot more coming out. But as I said earlier, there's a lot of crooked Republicans as well. There's a lot of crooked Democrats as well, from the top down. So as we've seen in Dalton, there's a crooked mayor there. She thinks she's a super mayor. People need to look at that. So there's another mayor there that's awful crooked. They need to look at that one. And there's a lot of crooked mayors. There's a lot of crooked legislators. There's a lot of crooked senators. There's a lot of crooked congressmen. There's a lot of crooked House of Representatives. So you start at the bottom and you start looking up to the top, and you'll find that there's a lot of crooked presidents, ex-presidents, vice presidents. So go from the top down and go from the bottom up. So just because it's a big city called New York City, start looking all the way around. There's a whole lot of crooked people. It's not just New York City, folks. It's not just Democrats, it's the Republicans too. So it's a whole lot. So people need to start looking all the way around. Get with the program.
I've never got with anyone's program. I've always been an outsider.
But people don't realize that it's it's all the way around, and it's it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. But I was just looking. There is flooding all the way up into North Carolina. There's major flooding into Rutherford County, North Carolina. There's major flooding. So this storm is progressing up further. So it is bad. So please be safe, anybody that's in the path of this storm in Hendersonville, North Carolina. I see that is bad. So I know Kentucky is being hit hard. So please be safe, everybody. It's in the path. But yes. But yes. Please be cautious in the path of the storm. Yesterday, Redacted was interesting. They gave out some good warnings.
Russia is in fact saying they are ready to have a nuclear response to any provocation, not just nuclear provocation. That means all of the attacking that Ukraine has done inside of their border. It counts. It has been counting. We better knock it off. We better tell our leaders to knock it off. But who the hell is our leader right now? We really don't know. So we're going to get to that story in a bit. But first, we want to tell you about our sponsor, which is ExpressVPN today.
I want to tell you about our friends at ExpressVPN because I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't be able to do this show without ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an app that encrypts and reroutes your online traffic through secure servers. Now, how does it work for us? Well, for instance, every day I use ExpressVPN to access different.
They are not fooling around. We probably should stop fooling around. They said they will lower the bar for nuclear war and consider any strike to them as a justification for a nuclear response. So it's not that if we go nuclear, they will too. They are saying any attack will warrant a nuclear attack. Maybe we want to pay attention to this. But Russia has been being attacked by Ukraine for many months, in the last 6 months, at least several times. So how are we going to know what is the straw that breaks the camel's back? Here is specifically what Putin said about it. He said he will update Russia's nuclear doctrine to clearly define circumstances that would prompt Moscow to launch a nuclear strike. This would even include attacks on them by non-nuclear states like Ukraine. So he also said aggression against Russia by any non-nuclear state supported by a nuclear power should be treated as their joint attack. So we arm Ukraine. We are a nuclear power. We allow Ukraine. We attack through Ukraine. They consider that an attack by the United States. So, okay, Ukraine is not a NATO state, but it is supported by NATO. So that's not just the United States supporting Ukraine, that's also all NATO states. So what he's saying is that he will hold those responsible who support Ukraine for what Ukraine does.
Well, and I'm glad that Putin is a little bit more patient than we usually are, because in 2014, when he started doing what he was doing, or when Ukraine started doing what they were doing to the Donbass, he warned us for 8 years what he was going to do.
Yes.
He told us, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. And we kept moving the line. And it's like, we haven't given him much of a choice, but he has still shown a lot of patience in even what's going on now.
Yes.
With what he could have done.
Yes, indeed. So considering how many attacks Russia has already had, not just in their new borders, which is the contested region, but inside their long existing borders, they've tolerated this for a long time, but for how much more? But can we, I mean, you and I can't, but can our politicians stop Ukraine from doing this? Recall President Biden promised that he has Zelensky on a leash, but President Biden is on Mars. So who's leashing the dog? So if we look to the state of the world today, you can see that Ukraine is not even fighting for the contested territory. They are all up in Russian borders. So the territory you see here that is red and dark gray, that's the contested region. They were Ukraine until late 2022. Now the red is part of Russia. The dark gray is what Russia says they intend to liberate still. I say liberate because Ukraine began bombing and torturing those regions in 2014 when the U.S. fomented a coup and allowed extremists to attack ethnic Russians and Russian supporters in those regions. When Ukraine stepped up those attacks under the Biden-Harris administration, those regions petitioned Russia to come in and stop, and Russian parliament voted to do so. It was not, as they tell us, an unprovoked attack by Putin himself. Now, Zelensky's victory plan calls for Ukraine to get that territory back, which is a pipe dream, and they want Russia to retreat. But the blue dots that you see here is where the Ukrainian military is currently fighting. Why are they not trying to get that contested region back? Why are they not there?
This is not an offensive map. This is a defensive map. That's an offensive map.
Clearly, that's an offensive map. They're not pushing back where Russia is inside their territory. There are like 4 dots there. All of their military, I mean, in their defense, if I was a member of the Ukrainian military, I probably would dig a hole and hide, right? But if they go on that territory, they get killed because Russia is able to hold the line. So I would run far away from that line too. But what they're doing is just provoking the bear, because the rest of that territory north, that's all Russia. So they provoke there. We are held responsible. You see how that looks?
Well, and they've been saying,
how scary that is?
They've been saying this whole time, like, we're just trying to defend ourselves from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, what is the plan? Is the plan to go in and take over now part of Russia? Like, are they thinking they're going to, that bombing into Russia where they are now is going to take back the map that they're not even defending? Like, that makes zero sense.
It doesn't make sense.
If it's defensive, you don't win a siege if you're being besieged. Like, it's just you just wait out the clock and hope somebody comes up behind you to take out the seizures. You can't win from a defensive position like that.
Right. They're not even trying to win. They're just trying to keep the war going, to keep Ukraine on the international stage so Zelensky stays famous. I mean, I don't understand why Zelensky would do this if he cared about Ukrainian people. My only answer is that he must be so hyped up on cocaine that he can't care about anybody but himself. I mean, it literally is the Hunger Games. I say this all the time, and I will say it again. You have to be on drugs to make yourself not care about all this death and suffering. But we're not on drugs, and we still care about the death and suffering. So we're going to tell the truth about the war. Now, these are the attacks that Russia says it will no longer tolerate. And there is no one in charge to tell the U.S., to tell Ukraine to knock it off, for all of our sakes. Now, quite the contrary, President Biden, because Zelensky's beggar tour was so fruitful, announced that he has found $5.5 billion more in support for Ukraine. Now, never mind that we just had to pass an emergency bill to fund our own government, or else it would have shut down. We found more money for Ukraine. And guess what we found inside of there? Here's exactly what the White House says they're going to send to Ukraine: long-range missiles, which is exactly what they said they wouldn't send. Guess what else they're going to send is pilots. He says, to build Ukraine's capacity for an air force, which they don't have. I will direct the Department of Defense, to expand training for these pilots. Who trains pilots? Pilots. So, okay, long-range weapons and pilots are exactly what Biden said they wouldn't send, but he's clearly not in charge. When he was in charge, this is what he said he would not do.
The idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews, just understand, and don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say, that's called World War III. Okay?
Okay. He said no pilots and no long-range weapons. But today the press release says pilots and long-range weapons.
But only 18 pilots? You're sending 18 pilots to go up against the whole Russian army? Like, what is that even going to do?
Wait, where does it say 18 pilots?
Yeah, it says 18.
Oh, yeah, it does say 18 pilots. I got the 16 and the 8.
So it's like you're going to send 18 pilots, unexperienced pilots, against the Russian Air Force? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. They only get 18.
In a year. It's
right.
Saying, like,
but we don't know how many of our pilots will train those pilots. And we've been playing this stupid game where we're like, if we train them in Germany, it doesn't count, right?
Right. Or Poland or whatever.
Yeah. I don't think, it doesn't seem, I mean, we're reading between the lines. It doesn't seem like they're going to do that to expand training for these pilots, including by supporting the training of those pilots. Okay, where? And does it matter? Because Russia is like, we're not playing this dumb game. This is the same game as like my kids, where I'm like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Stop touching,
right?
like Bart Simpson.
I'm not touching you. So that's what we're doing.
If you're supporting pilots, if you're training pilots, and our money is going in to pay those pilots, are they not by proxy at that point U.S. soldiers? They're getting paid by us.
Yeah, it would seem. It would seem. Okay, so either President Biden or his clone said we wouldn't do those things, and now we have a press release saying we're doing those things. Does anyone want to ask anyone who's in charge to explain this? I very much would like an answer from Kamala Harris about this. So I guess we'll march towards nuclear warfare with no one to check us or ask or stop it, I guess. The sad thing is, just like every other conflict we've been through in the last at least 3 decades, we do have world leaders saying to the United States that they will go to diplomatic talks. But the US is like this. Hey, we don't hear that. No one's offering us peace talks. We've talked about this. China has said that they will be our friend and have diplomatic relations. So far, we still kind of have that. Russia has said we will go to negotiation talks. Iran has said we will go to negotiation talks. And the United States is like, no one's in charge. So we don't have to do that. I guess we'll just have war. Here is what Kremlin spokesperson.
Who would we bomb? But who would we bomb if we negotiate peace with everybody? We got all these bombs.
Yeah, and if we don't use them all, then they're not going to give us the same budget next year. They're going to cut the budget.
Yeah, this is the same thing that happened with Noriega, with Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein. They all offered peace talks, and we said nope, we're at war. So that's what's happening again. Here's what Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said. He said, this should be viewed as a certain message, the message that warns these countries of the consequences should they participate in an attack on our country by various means, not necessarily nuclear. So are we sufficiently scared by this, or do we think they're bluffing? Is this a fun game? It's literally Russian roulette. Are we enjoying this?
What was that? Do you ever see Tombstone with Kurt Russell?
No.
Where he's aiming a gun at a guy, and he's like, he's bluffing, and Ike is like, oh, he's not bluffing. Like, they're not bluffing. Russians are not bluffing at this point. I mean, like we've backed them into a corner, and they have no choice but to defend themselves.
Yeah. You know, I was talking to my daughter's dance studio owner, and she's like, I really don't care who's orange, who ate what for lunch. I don't want to talk about the culture wars. I just don't want to get killed by a nuclear bomb. Yeah. Like this is one of the main issues she will vote on. And I'm with you, girl. I don't want to get killed by a nuclear bomb either. I would like some diplomacy. Speaking of diplomacy, because we're here again, this is the same situation as the Cuban Missile Crisis. Did you know that when that happened, Kennedy ordered a direct phone line between Washington and the Kremlin after the Cuban Missile Crisis? Does it still work? Maybe someone wants to pick it up, or do we have email or somebody's text? Can we send a WhatsApp? Can we send a telegram? Any way to do this, you guys? Because Kennedy did that so that we would never get this close to destroying the planet again. But I guess nobody really wanted to learn that lesson, or maybe that's why they killed him. I don't know. I'm reminded of this quote by Prime Minister of England, former Prime Minister, long deceased, Winston Churchill, who once said, Americans can always be trusted to do the right thing once all other possibilities have been exhausted. So are we at the second part of that sentence now? We're just going through all the other possibilities before we get through diplomacy, and maybe at the last minute we'll get there because we have some humanity. Please, God, how long until we've exhausted all the other possibilities before we get to do the right thing and negotiate like human beings? Let us know what you think of this in the chat. So I don't know. Are you quickening your boots?
Because I just can't believe, at some point, like the U.S. has been doing this for so long. At some point, like it's kind of like the bully on the playground scenario, right?
Yeah.
At some point, the bigger bully comes along and pops another kid comes along and pops the bully in the nose.
Yeah.
And I think our nose strike is coming.
Right. So
unfortunately.
Okay. Pray, everybody. Pray and tell your elected leaders to have diplomatic talks with Russia, and maybe consider voting for the only person who has said that they would do that. I don't know. you have to do your own homework. Okay, well, we have more news to get to. We're going to tell you about decay in the city of Chicago. This is a piece that Clayton has filed, even though he's not with us today. He's off for the day, but he has filed a report. You will see his lovely face. Someone in the chat yesterday said, Clayton, you're so cool and handsome. So you will get Clayton's cool and handsome face still, even though he's off for the day. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at Buy Optimizers, because did you know that positive change can happen even faster than you think, such as better nutrition, showing results in 1 to 2 weeks, consistent workouts, transforming your body in 8 to 12 weeks. Well, of course, the quality of sleep can improve your life almost immediately. Now imagine amplifying those benefits with one powerhouse magnesium supplement through Buy Optimizers. Their magnesium breakthrough is your secret weapon for we have a guest to explain exactly how Chicago is about to explode in civil war, perhaps. We talk a lot about these sort of urban decay in liberal cities. Who knew? So here is Clayton about to tell us about, with his guest, Terry Newsom. Take a look.
Well, we've been warning for months here on the show that Chicago was a cauldron ready to explode thanks to the Venezuelan gang violence that is now unfolding in that city. Now, the New York Post, in a new exclusive story overnight, talking about Chicago's gangbangers raging against the newly arrived Venezuelan gangs. They're saying this is a city ready to explode. Let's ask Terry Newsom, who is the host of Behind Enemy Lines, who's been covering this story from the ground in Chicago for many, many years and knows every in and out of these neighborhoods. Terry, welcome to the show. Is the New York Post right? Is Chicago ready to explode?
Yeah, they're absolutely right.
Frozen.
I thought it was my internet that gone down.
Well, I think
That the summer is great. And remember 100 years ago in Chicago and Al Capone, and you got the bootlegging. It was the Italians against the Irish. What were they fighting for?
Right.
Like
a bit choppy, Mama Bear. You want to stop and start it?
Against the Venezuelans and the other gangs that they're associated with, but they're going to be fighting over drugs. Except
Yeah, Mama Bear's internet sometimes it gets a bit funny. The weather's not right now.
Well, the moment I've had to move to 4G connection.
You're crackling as well. Your audio is really crackly. I can barely hear you.
What?
You're crackling.
Yeah, that'll be due to me using 4G.
Yeah, I can't.
I've got an internet. Okay.
It's very crackly.
Like Chicago became internationally known for St. Valentine Massacre, right? I mean, the murders here are already crazy, right? So it's not even anything compared to what happened then. They have bigger guns, more money, communications. It's going to be violent, and these guys have no connection to America, and it's probably going to be really crazy.
And these guys are terrorists. I mean, we can call them what they are, right? And now this has been happening in multiple cities across the country. We have reports of San Antonio, Miami, Aurora, Colorado, Queens, New York, St. Louis, all over the United States. These gangs being facilitated by the Biden administration to come across the border. These guys are military aged. They're well armed. No wonder the United States Congress right now is meeting and having discussions about a mass casualty event in the United States because of what we're about to see here. Can you describe what these gangs are, these Venezuelan gangs? Can you, for our audience that's not familiar with, because I think the liberal media tries to paint these people as, you know, it's 45-year-old women and they've got their little children and we're rescuing them.
Yeah, I'll give you a perfect example. I took the New York Post reporter, Dana Kennedy, I toured her around. We started out with the shelters. We went to the Standard Club. The Standard Club, I have 12 months of police reports, 720, something like that, right? 720 in 12 months. So I took her to the Standard Club, waited, followed a Venezuelan guy in there because they have their little badges and stuff to get in and out, right? They get their metal detectors because they're nice, innocent asylum seekers, right? But they got to go through a metal detector before they go into their housing. And I started asking the NGO folks that are working there, right, managing it. I was dressed up in a sport jacket and stuff because before they always they know who I am. I try to dress like a Hispanic and sneak in there, so they didn't recognize me. And I'm like, I have my friend from New York here, and we're just trying to find out what's going on here. We understand you guys are taking care of families. I was trying to be, less concerning to them, right? And we heard that there's some gang members that are infiltrating these families, and like, well, we can't really talk to you, sir. Talk to so and so. I go, but how are you guys protecting these families? We hear there's crime. He goes, oh yeah, it's only families here. And I said, oh really? I heard there's lots of crime here. Oh, there's no crime. I mean, no crime, right? Not knowing who we are and what I have, right? So when we walked out, there was a security guard, off-duty cop, gruff guy. And I said, yeah, it's my friends from New York. And I just, took her out of the Standard Club. And they said, there's no crime there. And he started laughing and swearing. Are you effing kidding me? No crime here, right? And then on the corner, there was 6 Venezuelans, right? Bulls, the Chicago Bulls is their colors. If you're not, people aren't aware, it's not because of Chicago. It's because of Venezuela. It's their international Chicago Bulls, and they love Michael Jordan. So it's not like they're wearing it because they're in Chicago. That's their gang sign. So I saw the guy with the Bulls hat on. And then cops started riding by on their bicycle, and I stopped them, let him talk to the reporter, and I went up to the guy while I was waiting for them to talk. I pointed at the Bulls hat. I go, Trent del Agua. He goes, no comprende. I pointed at, he had his hat up real high. I go, Trent del Agua, and then they laughed, right? And then I started acting silly, so I want to get a picture with them. And I said, photo, can I get a picture? And then one guy said in Spanish, photo. I'm like, come on, and I give the cop my phone, and I put my arm around the guy laughing, and the guy pulls his hat down, to do the photo. And then I just noticed today, the guy in the shirt next to him had the crown. That's it's like the Latin Kings, the crown, you see the tattoos and stuff. So they're out there walking around, showing their gang signs in the territories of which there's a 7-Eleven around the corner. And we talked to the Indian guy owning it, and there's all kinds of shoplifting, stealing, and African Americans think that's their corner. So there's going to be a fire up. Something's gonna ignite soon, much sooner or later. And the Venezuelan, these guys are, they're responsible for, I have the FOIAs, right? They have human sex trafficking, child pornography, grooming 11-year-old kid, using the Obama phone, the Vortex phone, right? Using the phones that we paid for, right? They got guns, weapons, drugs hidden in the toilets. So this is not me. This is police reports that I'm reflecting. Stolen cars. Ben Berkwam and I caught a drug transaction going on, and they confronted us. He put that out there, and they confronted us, right? They're arrogant. They don't care. And in many locations, I go and I confront them. They flashed their Trent del Agua gang signs. That was before I knew who they were. I knew they were gang members, and this was in December. And then it wasn't until New York and those 6 gang members beat up that police officer. I'm like, oh, wow, that's the same gang. That's the same signs they've been flashing at me. As soon as they get off the bus from Mexico in my neighborhood, the guy's flashing his gang sign at me. So these are not innocent asylum seekers. And you got the NGOs that are absolutely lying inside the centers, lying to our face, right? And lying to us. And then I don't speak Spanish, but the reporter does. She goes up and identifies herself as a reporter and is asking her, oh, no, she translated for me. They said, oh, these are all families and there's no crime. So we got the Venezuelans lying. They've been coached. You got the NGOs lying, and we have all this evidence. And people like you and me and Trump about the cats, it is true, And then they say they commit less crimes than us. I have the numbers, the statistics per each center showing hundreds and hundreds of crimes, And they still, like, I get attacked on Facebook, on social media and stuff, saying, "Oh, I'm full of crap. This isn't true. The fake invasion."
Oh, yeah.
It is true.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're xenophobic. This is all fake news. You're a xenophobe. Why don't you love Venezuelans? I love Venezuelans. I don't love Venezuelan gang members who are in my country illegally and killing people in America. I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of compassion. And so this is being facilitated by the United States government. This has been being facilitated by the Department of Homeland Security through the NGOs, these non-governmental organizations. They're making billions of dollars off of this. We've cataloged it deeply here on the show. And this is an invasion of our country, and it's happening right beneath right below our eyes right now. Also, something you talked about, the cars being stolen. I know you and JJ Carroll have covered this in Chicago. They're impounding Americans' cars in Chicago, and then if you can't get, what is it, within 23 days, if you can't pony up the money, they're handing them over to Venezuelan gang members.
Yeah, Clayton, a Chicago cop who I didn't know told me this. When I took my twins on spring break looking at colleges, when they're getting the baggage, I got boy, girls. I took my son with me to where they hang out with the NGOs, right? And it's a receiving at the airport, so they sit there 24/7. And I told my son, come on with dad, we'll go Venezuelan on. So we went over there, had a confrontation with the NGOs, the same stuff that you see they do to JJ and me, right? Confrontational, trying to act like, oh, what an example you're, doing for your son, right? I go, I'm teaching him to be American, right? So as we walked out, my kid goes, hey, Dad, there's a cop following, Chicago cop. I'm like, I go here, film this. I thought I was going to have a confrontation. I said, did you see what was going on in there with these guys? He goes, no. And I said, well, I'm just hunting down these Venezuelans and stuff. He rolled his eyes. He's like, so I knew he was upset, right? And I told him what was going on. I showed him the video of Ben and I with the confrontation with that car in the paper plate. And he gives me the phone back. He goes, you know where they're getting those cars from? I'm like, yeah, they're stolen. He goes, no. He goes, they're getting them from the pound. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I don't know if it's 23 or 28 days, whatever it is. He goes, so the city takes, control of those cars and they could auction them out. He goes, they're giving some of these vehicles to the Venezuelans. I go, are you serious? He goes, yeah. And my son was there. And then, so I've been doing FOIAs, Clayton, and I'm getting the bounce around. I'm trying from the finance department to the police obviously aren't going to be responsible, and they keep bouncing around, not giving me an answer like they have in some other situations of the police reports. The Chicago PD guys are cool. They don't want this. They're their lives are being put in danger, because.
Right. I was just about to ask you, they're right in the middle of this. So when this tinderbox explodes, whether it's, in the next couple of weeks or it's next summer, it's going to happen. These Venezuelan gangs versus the native population of Chicago. These police officers are going to be in the middle of it when that city burns.
Yeah. You probably saw in JJ's documentary some of my stuff. We got this different migrant shelters, and they're all over the place, right? You'll see them selling little tables and coolers, right, or out of the trunk of the car. So another guy, gang crimes guy, said the Trent Largo guys are charging them like a street tax. So like if you want to set up in front of the shelter, I'm like, okay, Clay, I don't know what it is. He's a percentage of something, in what I was told. So what they're doing is they're preying off their own people until they move up the food chain, just like the Black Hand. Remember with the mob guys in Chicago? And
right.
My grandpa opened up a bakery, and they kept asking him for protection. He was a hard-headed, right from Italy. He kept saying no, and the Capone gang, not Al Capone, they burned my grandpa's bakery down. They burned it down because he refused. So the rest of his life, he had nothing. So the rest of his life until he died, I was a month old. I never got to know him. But my mom said that he worked in a bakery. In fact, he had nothing, and he refused to pay him. So if you hear about this stuff in Aurora, right, and they're going in apartments and they're going, all over the country, what do you think they're doing? They're preying on their own people. They're strong arming them, right, to make them pay, and then get into the drugs and stuff. But the difference is they have a hook now. They got $5,000-$10,000 that are owed to the cartels. They are probably collaborating with them, right, to hold them hostage, right, to hold them hostage while they're here. Unlike what they weren't held hostage for any cartels or mob guys. So they're going to have a whole new level of control over their population, and probably force people that are good people that came here and they're stuck, right? And they're going to have to do something to protect their families.
Yeah.
And it's going to make it much of a broader problem.
Well, we're watching this all unfold. Chicago about to explode. Terry Newsom, you can listen to him on Behind Enemy Lines. He's doing amazing journalism there, getting the stories right from the police, right from the ground, and sharing them with us. Terry,
I want
There
to
it
give
is.
our board the attention that she deserves. She did such a good job. She went on, make sure everybody knows she did that. It's a Venezuelan coming
Yes.
into Chicago.
That's an amazing shirt. Yeah. Oh, she just went to the border for the first time, so now it's all good. Now she's back to being the border czar. Terry, great to see you. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Terry.
Bye.
I don't have the huevos to wear a shirt like that out in public. I just don't like to talk to strangers. But
I wear these like I will not comply and stuff.
Yeah.
And I get a lot of comments about my shirts and my hats. A lot of people are like, "Oh, I like your shirt," or "I like your hat." But I was wearing the silence equals complicity once in Portland.
Yeah.
And somebody said they liked it. And I was like, I think that person probably thinks it means something different than what it means to me.
Yes, probably the case.
Yeah.
So I wonder what kind of response he'll get to that. So yeah, I do like, though, Ian Carroll, who's on the show a lot, he has a shirt that says Epstein didn't kill himself. And I feel like that's a bipartisan shirt. Like if we all just start there, I think everyone agrees, and then we can move out from there. Like that's right. Yeah. What do you think of that?
We need like a common thing to bring us together to realize we've got a common enemy.
They lied to us, right? Let's work
Let's
from
start there.
Yeah, that's a good. All right. Well, maybe we should think more about that. Like just. They lie.
Right.
Yeah.
We need to come
like
up
that.
with a t-shirt.
All right. Well, we have more news to get to. We are going to talk about the Eric Adams indictment. What's in it? Why this guy? Why now? That's the major question. Also, America's blood supply. Has it been changed since a certain thing happened starting in the year 2019? Well, you know that we can only tell you about that on one platform and not the other. So we're going to tell you where to go when it's time for that story. And that also is another one filed by Clayton, who is off today. So that will be, yes, on this website. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at Lear Capital, because of course, right? He fits the profile. He's got the right skin color. He's a vegan. You never think that they're going to turn on their own. So did he actually do something wrong? And this is just equal justice under the law? Or is this a political persecution? I'm not suggesting either way. I'm going to ask the questions here. That's what I'm going to do. And then we're going to try and put the pieces together. He is the first sitting New York City mayor to be charged in criminal indictment. Fox News was nice enough to sum them up here. Here is the 5 things he's been indicted for. Counts related to campaign finance violations, wire fraud, foreign contributions, and bribery. Interestingly enough, though, the same prosecutor who's leading the indictment is the same man we heard from last week, because he is also leading the Diddy indictment. So that dude's busy. His name is Prosecutor Damian Williams. Can we connect Diddy and Adams? Well, we can't yet, but it is a strange overlap, wouldn't you say? Especially considering this happens 1 year ago from the day that Mayor Adams gave Diddy the key to the city. Watch this. It does not hold up well.
He already has the keys to some pretty exclusive places, and now Sean Diddy Combs can add New York City to that list. It's Diddy Day in the city. Videos have been playing on the...
There you go, Mellows. 1 year. Same prosecutor. There you go, Mellows.
Jumbotron for TSX Broadway, and the crowd waited. Then around 11:30, the doors opened for the mayor and the artist.
The bad boy of entertainment is getting the key to the city from the bad boy of politics. I want to thank y'all for this honor and just recognizing me being from New York, giving me the key to the city. Diddy finally has the key to the city.
Today's event coincides with the release of his new album, The Love Album, Off the Grid.
The Love Album. You might want to change locks, New York City.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's a strange coincidence, but the mayor does call himself the bad boy of politics there, and that's not a good look. Now, the indictment alleges that he took favors and travel from officials from Turkish Airlines and other Turkish business people, who then asked him to help him bust through red tape when they needed favors inside New York City. And of course, absolutely, we should want leaders that draw strict lines about political favors, 100%. But is this the kind of thing that New York will really benefit from prosecuting? And I'm not minimalizing mean what he did at all? I really want to ask a legal expert, which we are not, but let's take a look at some of the things that the government is alleging he did. So here's from the indictment. For instance, in June of 2021, he's booking this flight to Istanbul, and one of his staffers says, okay, great, book the flight. How much do we owe? And I know that's not awesome to see it. If you want to screenshot it and blow it up later or whatever, just follow along with me. And the airline manager said, it's very expensive because it's last minute. I'm working on a discount. And the guy says, okay, thanks. And the airline manager says, I'm going to charge $50. He didn't ask for that favor. The staffer says, no, that wouldn't. And the person says that wouldn't work. And he's like, no, 50. What's the proper price? And they said, well, how much should I charge? And the staffer says, well, he's being watched. How about $1,000 or so? So they know that it's improper. And he's like, no, you can't give us this steep discount. It's got to be, like on the up and up. Okay. I mean, at least they're trying to not take the discount, but they do in fact take the discount because the government alleges that flight would be closer to $8,000. So David, what's your body language on that is like,
It's just all confusing because it's like, I mean, like this is the little stuff that they're getting into and looking into these like little minute things. But it's like there's such other major things going on right now. And it's like, it just feels like, because when I saw that it said campaign violation, my first thought was, are they trying to set precedent for Trump so they can say, hey, look, we got one of our own doing it too. So it like makes it so like, because a lot of people are like, oh, is that really Trump breaking the law? Where they can say now like, yeah, because Eric Adams did it too, kind of thing.
I hadn't thought about that. That's a clever way to think about it. Okay. But yeah, it's like if the airline staffer had come back and said, actually, it's $8,000, it does seem like the campaign was willing to pay the proper price, but they gave him this wink, wink price. And he said, okay, that seems closer. So was it market value? No, but they were saying, don't give us this favor. So I don't know. Okay, you decide, right? That I'm not the jury here. Here's another one where they're trying to coordinate luxury lodging, and the staffer says, where should he stay? And the guy says 4 Seasons. The staffer says, no, that's too expensive, meaning they're trying to actually stay within budget. And the airline manager says, what does he care? He's not going to pay. And the guy says, okay, great. So yes, should he have said like, I don't know. Again, this, is this actual outright corruption? So here's another one where they're going to depart Istanbul and he's got he doesn't have a business class ticket, but they give him access to the business class lounge anyway. And so, okay, he's supposed to be in coach, but he gets the lounge, Okay. Had he disclosed these things, it might have been okay. But
like, what is he supposed to be like? Hey, we were getting ready to go to this place. They let me into the lounge. I know they weren't supposed to. That's probably a violation. So I'm just letting you guys know, just in case I did go in the lounge.
Right.
I got bumped up to first class one time on an airline just out of the blue.
Yeah. Make sure you
make me. I'm who do I
Is that
tell?
corruption?
I just told everybody.
Yeah. If you're not a politician, you're probably fine. But
yes. Yeah, right. So, okay, had he disclosed these things, would that have been so bad? Probably not. But he did shoot himself in the foot in this exchange, which you again can find number 27 in the indictment, where he's continuing to conceal the benefits that he's receiving. And then he has this exchange with the airline manager. And this text exchange says, the airline manager says, to be on the safe side, please delete all these messages. And he says, I always do. So that leads the government to believe that there's more in-kind favors. And then when these business people come around and say, well, hey, I want to build this or get a permit here, he's got a direct relationship with the mayor, and that is improper. Absolutely, it should not happen, right? And the mayor should have been more clear. But again, why is this being prosecuted when other corruption inside New York City has gone unchecked? For instance, Mayor Bill de Blasio used his wife's nonprofit to get a ton of money, and $850 million went missing. So if Bill de Blasio accepted money like this and was never prosecuted, would Adams have a defense of selective prosecution? That means one party was charged and one party was not. And was it political favor that one party didn't get charged. So we should ask a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but
well, and how much are they spending to house migrants right now? Do you know what I mean? Like, where's that money coming from? Like, that's
And so, okay. And is it like, do you feel like it's a problem that Mayor Adams got a first class lounge and then maybe now has a personal relationship? And the thing is that those kind of personal relationships are made all the time with politicians so that you can make a relationship and ask, them for their attention. Even if you're doing legitimate business, that's the way this goes. But then the politicians have to say, okay, but they took me to dinner, and they or not accept that dinner, right? This is tricky. This is absolutely
it is, but
tricky.
It's like, what's the difference of our politicians not doing a damn thing for us and doing everything for lobbyists?
Yeah.
It's the same. Yeah, granted, they're not foreign, but they are corporations that are paying them to pass legislation that doesn't help us in any way. It helps them.
Yes.
So it's like, that is a bigger crime to me, because that ultimately affects us. This does not affect you and me. This might affect New Yorkers, maybe, but like, there's a lot of other things that actually affect us.
Yeah. I mean, if his campaign was paying for those tickets and they got or his office is taxpayer funded and he got a discount on some tickets and he needed to be there for business, right? I don't know.
That would help the taxpayers.
Yeah, he's saving the taxpayers some money. So I don't know. This is for him to fight. He's not a lawyer. He was a former police chief. So he's going to have to get a lawyer to defend himself now. Who will pay for that? Will he have taxpayer funded lawyers? Will it be, taxpayers paying to prosecute him and paying to defend him? And is this right for taxpayers?
It kind of seems, isn't that kind of funny? It's like, hey, I saved the taxpayers a bunch of money, so now they're going to sue me that I have to spend taxpayer money to fight.
Yes.
It's like,
right. Okay. That's exactly
let's just call it a wash.
Also, we know for sure that Israel influences politicians. We know that. We don't prosecute anyone for being influenced by Israel. In fact, I believe it was The Guardian had leaked emails recently showing that Israel was trying to work around FARA laws by creating nonprofits inside the United States so that politicians would not have to disclose their Israeli ties. Maybe we should look into that, prosecute someone there for taking that money that knowingly came from Israel. No one ever gets, right? Okay. So now Turkey is the problem. Turkey is really influencing our politicians. Okay. And maybe that's true, right? But we got to prosecute it across the board if that's true. So the mayor says that he knew that trouble would be coming for him, if he kept speaking the truth. What is the truth that he was speaking? Well, here's what he said before the indictment was unsealed last night.
My fellow New Yorkers, it is now my belief that the federal government intends to charge me with crimes. If so, these charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target, and a target I became. For months, leaks and rumors have been aimed at me in an attempt to undermine my credibility and paint me as guilty. Just this past week, they searched the home of our new police commissioner, looking for documents from 20 years ago, just 1 week after he joined my administration. Enough. I will fight these injustices with every ounce of my strength and my spirit.
Okay. So what does he mean by standing his ground? What truth did he tell that made him a target? Well, many are saying that it's because he has been telling the truth about illegal immigration. Watch.
Support. And let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We had a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted. All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community. So as you asked me a question about migrants, tell me what role you played. How many of you organized to stop what they're doing to us? How many of you were part of the movement to say, we're seeing what this mayor is trying to do and they're destroying New York City? It's going to come to your neighborhoods. All of us are going to be impacted by this. I said it last year when we had 15,000. I'm telling you now, with 110,000, the city we knew we're about to lose. And we're all in this together, all of us. Staten Island saying, send them out to Manhattan. Manhattan is saying, send them out to Queens. Queens is saying, send them out to Brooklyn. No, it's not the game we can play. Open the floor up.
All right.
I mean,
so
I
you're
get
not
it now.
supposed to say that.
Yeah, he's a right-wing nut job.
A black vegan right-wing nut job. If that's what we're doing with labels, absolutely.
That's what we're doing.
All right. I mean, it does seem very coincidental because he's guilty of wrong speak and wrong think. At the same time, another New York official had the same thing happen. New York City Police Commissioner Eddie Cabin resigned 2 weeks ago, and his phones were seized from an investigation. Well, we don't know exactly what he did wrong. Was there actual corruption there? We don't know. Maybe it's related and maybe it's not, but we have seen Cabin say the truth about not just illegal immigrants, but violent illegal immigrant gangs. We played you this clip from February of 2024 in a briefing with the mayor, where he talked about how sophisticated these criminal migrant gangs are. Watch.
I don't have it.
We don't have it. Okay. Let's see if we can find it. So anyway, so what we're showing you is 2 men down, 2 men fighting the migrant crisis. Are they related? We don't know. But have those people been shut up now? Possibly. Right. So we're going to show you that in a second. And maybe Eddie Cabin did do something more sinister, but we don't know. But we did hear this bit of truth from him.
Today, we are seeing similar situations with migrants. They're essentially ghost criminals. No criminal history, no photos, no cell phone, no social media. Sometimes we're even unclear on a name or a date of birth. And on top of that, these operations are extremely sophisticated. They intentionally try to evade the police.
Okay. So did the fact that he tried to stop them or fight them, we saw the New York Post recently reporting that they can't arrest them. When they do, they have to release them. So this is something they've been talking about. Did that cost them their job? We don't know. Or did they do bad things that we should collectively want them to be prosecuted, not persecuted, prosecuted for?
A business lounge.
Right.
Where, they weren't supposed to. They got a discount from the Turkish government. So
yeah,
sat in a lounge. So we better
Stella
take them
Artois
out.
And you were not supposed to. So, okay.
Yeah. So let's destroy them.
Okay. Again, I'm not sure. And I've not been the biggest fan of Eric Adams, but I have been listening to his suffering when it comes to the burden of migrants on his city. So yeah, I don't know. Let me know what you think of that.
I mean, it just makes sense that it's the latter, that it's what he was saying about the migrants, because look at everybody else they're going after that's doing the same thing. It's happened to other people in that realm. This Turkish government thing, like how many of our leaders take foreign money? Like probably every single one of them.
Or favors, or, you know, you took a ride in a limo, you should have taken an Uber on City Dime, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying it to me, it makes sense that it's the immigrant thing.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So let us know what you think. Well, we have more news to get to. We're not going to do the last segment on YouTube for obvious reasons, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But first, I want to tell you about our friends over at American Financing, because do it for us on YouTube. Thank you to all of you who've joined us this week. I apologize, we had technical difficulties today. It happens, and I hope Clayton's having a great day off. He deserves it. Thank you, David, for being my Vanna White today, my lovely assistant. It's been a pleasure. So
well, it all triggers back to the migrants. Just like Mello said.
That's exactly what it was. I think I hit the nail on the head, Mama Bear.
Yep. So, interesting article I just seen on Twitter about the UK government. 37 dangerous prisoners accidentally released.
Accidentally? How the fuck do you accidentally?
Overcrowding. The Ministry of Justice said 37 people were released in error on September 10th because their offenses for breaching restraining orders were wrongly lodged under repealed litigation. One of these mistakenly reduced is understood to have allegedly reoffended. It has been charged with intentionally touching of a woman. Despite the error, the Ministry of Justice claimed public safety is our first priority. This is why we took diverse action to fix the broken prison system we inherited and kept the most dangerous offenders locked up. Initially, while they are trying to reduce overcrowding, the U.S. government was sending people to prison over social media posts about recent rioting while releasing people convicted of far more serious offenses. Can you believe that shit?
Bring back. Well, that's not the first time they've done something like that. The last government was known for it, making mistakes in the prison system.
Can you believe that shit?
Yeah, but they did make a mistake a few years ago during the last government when they released people who were on the early who should have been put on the register, sex register, and there was a mistake and they were released early before they were processed properly. So it's wrong. The whole thing's wrong. The way it's set up is wrong. You can go to jail for calling somebody something, but if you hit someone, you get released early.
Yeah. Remember they were talking about the arrest of people around the United States. I can't enlarge on this anymore. Crimes. Well, the U.S. has this, marshals have this Operation North Star, where they arrest fugitives. Well, they just did a report, just came out on it this morning. But it's funny, in the report, they don't tell who they arrested. But they arrested 3,421 violent fugitives, including 260 for homicide, 803 for assault, 482 for weapon offenses. But in this whole report, because I skimmed through it, they don't say where they're from. But they were arrested for homicide, sexual offenses, robbery, aggravated assault, firearm violation. They seized 534 firearms. Look at the currency, illegal narcotics, in all this. They arrested them in Fort Worth, Texas, Charlotte, Charleston, in North Charleston, South Carolina, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Little Rock, Arkansas, Phoenix, St. Louis, Birmingham, Alabama, West Charleston, North Carolina, Dayton, Ohio, San Antonio. So this was from May and September of this year. That's a lot of fugitives. So it was 10 cities. Now, here is the pictures. Sharing the pictures. Let me go to the pictures. Here is the pictures of the North Star images. They don't share exactly all the pictures of the guys, but as you can see, some of them are heavily tattooed. That they are arresting.
Sorry, for a second then, I thought you were referring to the coppers that were heavily tattooed.
No. But you can see they're heavily tattooed.
Howie, support.
They are heavily tattooed.
Yeah, but you can be. Yeah, but you can be heavily tattooed and not be a criminal. Be back shortly.
Oh God. It's my glasses gone. Why are we watching this shit?
Just see. Where are they all from? But also in news, I see Lebanon is being hit.
How goes Florida after the storm?
It's disaster. It is a disaster. There's 1.2 million without power in Florida. There's 936K out of power in Georgia, 849K out of power in South Carolina, 264K out of power in North Carolina. So there's over 300.2 million people out of power right now, estimated out of power right now.
That include the migrants?
I don't know. That is currently the estimate out of power right now. That is currently out of power right now. That is currently out of power. That is currently out of power. There is major damage all over Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina. There is water rescues underway in Atlanta, Georgia. There is rescues still underway in Florida. There is tornadoes on the ground in areas in North Carolina. There is tornadoes all over the place. There is all over. Right now, the big news is what is happening in Israel. Hezbollah has been hit and hit hard. So everybody has turned to that news. That is the big news right now.
Yeah.
From what I understand, they went after the leader in Israel. So a lot of news agencies have gone for that. So
I might have to pop out in a bit to. I need to get some electric and stuff.
Well, I'm getting ready to end the show here in just a few minutes, anyways. But yes, support. The death toll is rising.
The reported death toll.
Yes. Yes,
Because
it
we
is.
don't really know what the extent of the devastation is yet. They can't get in there.
The death toll is rising.
The longer it takes for people to get help, the more people will die. Well, we're right on plan for the depopulation agenda, everybody. So stay tuned for the New World Order.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
And what's Biden doing? Did he say anything? Has he spoken anything? Nothing from the White House? I mean, he is still the president, right? I mean, is he still eating ice cream?
Okay.
Ice cream can some
That
fucking
toll, that toll is at least 22 right now.
At least. And that's just the reported. And they can't get in there to find out.
Yep.
The longer it takes, the more people will die.
Yep. That's 22.
No power, no water, no food, no nothing. For how many days are they going to have to wait now? Does everybody remember the last fucking bullshit that Obama resided over? Katrina.
And it's still rising.
Meanwhile, the White House is still silent, right? World War III is erupting. Israel is taking the piss.
Camilla is, she is down on the Arizona border.
What's she doing down there? Letting more people in? And picking her next fucking security team.
She has flown to Arizona today. I did read that. She is at the border. She has flown to Arizona today.
Yeah. She's going to go and get some new votes from the new looking voters.
She is visiting the southern border today. She is going to Arizona today on the border. Of course, she hasn't officially stepped at the border wall. She hasn't officially stepped at the border yet. She has not officially been at the border. Now, you got to remember that. She has not officially been on the border. She didn't quite go to the border. Okay? Okay. All right. Adams' attorney is going to speak. He spoke to the press just a while ago. So let's see what his attorney has to say to the press. I haven't watched this, so I don't know what he said.
The mayor entered a plea of not guilty. He's innocent. Second thing that happened in court today is that we let the court know that next week we'll be filing a motion to dismiss. We expect these charges to be dismissed. You all remember the Brian Benjamin case. Similar shaky theory. That case was dismissed. Same prosecutors, same theory. But the spectacle of this so exciting to them that they wanted to bring another one of these cases. This case isn't even a real case. This is the airline upgrade corruption case. The third thing we said is that we demand that they bring
one bastard is more corrupt than the other.
Discovery to court on Wednesday. As you know from looking at the indictment and from what happened in court, there are no emails, text messages, or any corroboration whatsoever that the mayor knew about anything having to do with these campaign donations. The entire body of evidence is one staffer that says there was a conversation. What you have not learned is that that staffer has lied, and the government is in possession of that lie. When that staffer was first interviewed, that staffer said that Mayor Adams knew nothing about this, he was not involved in this, and that he is innocent. They have that information. They have not turned that over to us. They have not turned that over to you. And so it sort of does not surprise us that they did not answer any questions at that press conference, their little press conference the other day. They have no answer for any of these questions. And they didn't want to stick around from questions either. Questions like, why are they doing this? Why are they targeting him? The questions you all started to ask as they were leaving. They normally answer questions. They didn't want to stay for questions in this case. And they left, and they made this assertion of this. They implied that somehow he's disappointing people, or that people ought to be disappointed in him. It's not him doing this. It's the government, the other government, that everybody should be disappointed in, bringing this case against the sitting mayor. I don't have anything further today. And thank you all.
We hope that all of you resign, will you? All right, so we've been listening to Mayor Adams.
So what we just saw there is a lawyer who's been paid by the taxpayer to defend a mayor from the government. So paying both sides of this argument here, right? We're going to pay for the legal defense as well as pay for the prosecution, right? It's pathetic, this is. Yep. So who's going to lose? I tell you who's going to lose. Already lost.
Yep. 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 So
government's going to win.
Yep.
Government takes the government to court and it wins.
Yep. So what time is your show tonight, Grim?
8 o'clock, I think he said.
Okay, make sure everybody goes over to the Grim Reaper tonight and join in fun tonight on the Grim Reaper.
Stick the link in the chat, maybe. Grim, you want to stick your link in the chat?
Sorry, guys. Today I got to disappear a minute. Sometime after 8, I'm not saying exactly what time. But you should get notifications when I go live. But I'll stick the links for you guys in Telegram. You want to nip up? So I'll see you all later, guys. On the bed. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you.
Have fun. Cheers for now, guys. See you later, Mellows. Yes. Bye for now.
Take care, Grim. See you. I'll be in Jitsi.
Join Grim Reaper tonight on the Grim Reaper Network. You can always grab him on the Grim Reaper Network.org website. His Facebook is there also. So please join Grim Reaper tonight. So please remember to join him and be part of the show. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining me today. Thank you, Mellows, for jumping up and help co-host.
All right, you're welcome. Anytime.
And it was an interesting day, as always. And everybody in Florida, as the storm and the water subside, please be careful of wires laying. And please be safe down there. We are thinking of you all. And everybody all along the coast in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky, Ohio, Illinois, as the storm comes up through. Everybody, please be safe. We are thinking of you all. Please, everybody, be safe. Yes, it was great to catch up with you, Jab Up, and you be safe there as well, because I know storms are headed that way. As we looked at the weather map, they are all over the place. Weather is just unbelievable all over the place. So thank you all for joining. You all be safe, and please check on your neighbors.
See you on the next one, guys.
And we will see you on the next one. I can find the outro. Where'd the outro go?
It's there.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All Capitol buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.